thing set up. Got the first I gotta shut that media source down. Make sure it's off. Got the audio. Got the testing on Rump or YouTube. It sounds good. Going to put this into the live stream playlist for YouTube, and later on this will be edited and added onto its own playlist, personal one outside of the live stream. But I am going to have to do that at a later time. I do have the first episode edited out, and it will be available here shortly. So we go. Got it all set up. This is going to be Cafe Enigma, which is the second episode. It's the Siberian Fireball. So here shortly. Sounds good on Rumble. Okay. Let's see what things set up. Got the, I can hear it on D Live. And looks like it is popping in on Twitch. It's just I gotta wait. Looks like it is. Yeah, it sounds good on Twitch. And now we go to Kick. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So we are good to go. Okay. So we are good to go. I'm gonna tell Mark I need to get my coffee in. I just need to get some coffee. So I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll put a little bit of good Dragus production music in for you. This is the one I really like. I like Ghost in the Mirror, Mark Watashik's love song to something. I think it's a mama song, his song to his mama. So let me go ahead and put that in there. And we'll be right back.
If the times I come alone, yeah, stop recording on you. You're something life, I've been rushing to be sundown. I feel this. In the wild, in the wild, in the wild, in the wild, in the wild. I go mad in the tracks, chasing ghosts of you. Stand over and attend my teeth. If I'll take a figure, I'll start to hurt. Talking was every two, but last night seems up to fight to feel some people. In the wild, in the wild. By the road, by the road. Like mama did before. In the heart of a child I find echoes of you every time I lose track in her past. Chasing dreams, her dreams. Chasing dreams, that dream. Gonna ride like mama. dream. Every photo with her smile, she's a star in my mind. Won't deny in the night, in her eyes, stars above like the ones in Mama's life. On the move, we move, always on, never still. She says she'll find her promised land with every mile, destiny she defies, living loud, just like Mama, wild and free. In the mirror of her soul I see traces of her fearless dreams. If the times I come alone, yeah, stop recording on you. You're something life, I've been rushing to be sundown. I feel this in the wild, in the wild, in the wild, in the wild. I go mad in the tracks, chasing ghosts of you. Hey. Every mirror shows her face. She's alive in memories. Alright. Alright. And honey unbelief, stand over and attend my teeth. If out there to take you, I'll start to hurt. Talking was every two, midnight nothing up to fight to feel some people in the wild, in the wild. By the road, on the road, by the road, by the road, living free just like Mama did before. In the heart of a child I find echoes of you every time I lose track in her past. Chasing dreams, her dream, chasing dreams, that dream. Gonna ride like Mama.
Lights and skies, they glide at night. No explaining, hearts are racing. Chased in shadows, thrills in flight. Hovering, unseen trace. Fueled by mystery, unprovoked proof. Mavericks, electricity, we're feeling the roof. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Silent sharks pierce the cloudy night. Hover calmly, freedom lies. Wings of the unknown defy our sight. Travelers of darkened land, curious wanderers changing the wrapped sky. Secrets now within our hand. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies, moving in formation above the light. New Jersey skies, a thrilling flight. You better wide outside. The passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Whoa. My tech lizard's feeling low, circuits fried, can't glow. Silicon scales won't shine. Once a star, now it's mine. Reptile dysfunction, gears and bites malfunction. Reptile dysfunction, heart of a bot in detention. Microchips gone haywire, no more robot fire. Pixelated dreams have died, holograms cannot hide. Wigging in the night, try to make it right. Wires crossed in flight, dawn brings no light.
If the times I come alone, yeah, stop recording on here. You're something life, I've been rushing to be sundown. I feel this in the wild, in the wild, in the wild, in the wild, in the wild. I go mad in the tracks, chasing ghosts of you. Hey. Every mirror shows her face. She's alive in memories. Alright. Alright. Ain't honey unbelief. Stand over and attend my teeth. If I didn't take you, I'll start to hurt. Talking to was every dude, but that's nothing up to fight. To feel some people in the wild, in the wild. By the road, by the road, by the road. Like mama did before. In the heart of a child I find echoes of
the stream. Every photo with her smile, she's a star in my mind. Won't deny in the night, in her eyes. Stars above like the ones in Mama's life. On the move, we move, always on, never still. She says she'll find her promised land with every mile, destiny she defies. Living loud, just like Mama, wild and free. In the mirror of her soul I see traces of her fearless dreams.
Night falls, drones in flight whirring through the sky. Seekers, where you at? Lights flash, hypnotizing. We are the watchers. We are the seekers. We are the dreamers. We are the dreams that fly, that fly. We are the watchers. We are the seekers. We are the dreamers. We are the dreams that fly, that fly.
Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid, a force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo of your laughter, I find my peace. In the silence of your absence, love won't cease.
Lights and skies that glide at night, no explaining, hearts are racing, chased in shadows, thrills in flight, hovering, unseen trace, fueled by mystery, unprovoked proof, mavericks, electricity, we're feeling the roof. You better look up with wide-eyed sight, they're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Silent sharks pierce the cloudy night, hover calmly, freedom lies. Wings of the unknown defy our sight, travelers of darkened land, curious wanderers changing the wrapped sky. Secrets now within our hand. You better look up with wide-eyed sight, they're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies, moving in formation above the light. New Jersey skies, a thrilling flight. Up with wide-eyed sight, they're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Whoa.
My tech lizard's feeling low, circuits fried, can't glow. Silicon scales won't shine. Once a star, now it's mine. Reptile dysfunction, gears and bites malfunction.
Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid, a force unseen defying the span, linking hearts, our mystic plan. In the echo of your laughter, I find Through quantum fields, our spirits thread entangled moments, words unsaid, a force unseen.
Skylines changing slow, serious in the flow. Drones lighting up the night, whispers calling in flight. Shadows dance with stars, New Jersey sees afar. Lila silent glide, in the night they hide. City watches eyes wide, drones in the dark collide. Hovering with no sound, mysteries here abound. Streetlights pulse below, secrets we'll never know. Questions flood the skies, wonder in our eyes. Like a silent glide, in the night they hide. City watches eyes wide, drones in the dark collide. Invisible trail, unseen force, unknown paths in their course. Dance with us in the glow, they reveal what we don't know. City watches eyes wide. City watches eyes wide, drones in the dark collide.
Yeah, I'm waiting on you, man. Clock hand stutter, my name's on the line. Dead headphones, cold coffee, oh it's fine. Empty mic beside me, wires tight and thin. Every light's blinking, where have you been? Don't say you were just late again. There's an empty chair and not much to defend. I'm talking to ghosts, where your voice should have gone. Static fills the silence and I'm holding on. Live wire, dead show, wake up, parent. Live wire, dead show, carry a camera. Live wire, dead show, live wire, dead show. Where did you go? Live wire, dead show, too late, too slow. Live wire, dead show, carry a camera. Live wire, dead show, live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Joke scripts crumble, the punchlines froze. Remember last night, I'll be there, who knows? Crowds waiting, my pulse is running high. You're always the reason, I'm always the why. Don't blame the traffic or your phone. A one-man circus on a microphone, turning static into fire, nothing's left to lose. You bailed, I refuse to sing your blues. Live wire, dead show, wake up, Barry. Live wire, dead show, carry, I carry. Live wire, dead show, live wire, dead show. Where did you go? Live wire, dead show, too late, too slow. Live wire, dead show, carry, I carry. Live wire, dead show, live wire, dead show. Live wire, dead show. Cable in my hand, I'm done depending. Signals all mine, this is the ending. Radio silence, but I've got something to say. Live wire, dead show, I'll shout it anyway. Lights and skies, they glide at night. No explaining, hearts are racing. Chased in shadows, thrills in flight. Hovering, unseen trace. Fueled by mystery, unprovoked proof. Mavericks, electricity, we're feeling the roof. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Silent shards, crisp cloudy night. Hover calmly, freedom lies. Wings of the unknown defy our sight. Travelers of darkened land, curious wanderers changing the wrapped sky. Secrets now within our hand. You better look up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies, moving in formation above the light. New Jersey skies, a thrilling flight. Up with wide-eyed sight. They're passing above like stars so bright. Ooh, drones across the skies. Whoa, drones across the skies. Whoa. Lights and skies, they glide. Lights and skies, they glide.
My crime is that of curiosity.
All great artists that asphyxiated on their own vomit. You can't get this in stores, man. Hack the place! There's no right and wrong. There's only fun and boring. Boring, boring, boring.
Last we've seen of this type of high-tech espionage.
Cake, sexy feeling goes. Die like the roof. Get cold on you.
Well, let me explain.
Remember, hacking is more than just a crime, it's a survival trait!
computers in one day. Biggest crash in history. Front page New York Times, August 10th, 1988. I thought you was black, man. Yo, this is zero cool. key.
They are coming.
If there is, in fact, a live dragon down there, don't waken it.
he arrives precisely when he means to.
Okay. So we are we're getting close. 2 minutes to go before we start Cafe Enigma. I know that Mark Watashik, my producer for Dragus Production, has started getting things set up and ready to go. So here in a little bit, I will be getting a phone call in from him shortly, and we will start the pre-show, which comes before Cafe Enigma. So I can verify that we do have things in motion, and it will be starting here before long. Jiva, a guy who I know on Discord and I do things with concerning nostalgia gaming retro on YouTube, a retro channel for gamers, has been in chat talking to me. I want to do a shout out for him. He was actually watching the previous interview that I had done just a little while ago, and he commented on that as well as on here. So here we go. We are going in. Let's get this done. Get this taken care of.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello. Got it.
Anybody there? Hello.
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay. And Sonia's here too.
Hi, Sonia.
Hello. Hi.
Dude,
hello, hello.
That was awesome.
Hello.
That was awesome. That music ended like just maybe a minute or two just before all of it was set up and ready to go.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And then the last song I did was creepy. It was a creepy song.
Creepy.
Yeah, like love is kind of creepy with creep, or something like that, right?
Well, no, this
spooky. That's what I was
spooky.
thinking.
There we
Spooky. Hey, Nance, how you doing, Nance?
Nance is here.
I'm hanging in there.
Hey, hey.
Okay.
Man,
Hey.
Tonight is going to be off the chain. I've got a plan.
I'm getting an echo from someone. I think it's from
Sonia.
you, Sonia.
So
you have a player open, or you have...
Oh, yeah, it is me. It is me.
It's always Sonia. it always is Sonia. I've got a plan though.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna do the intro, and then I'm gonna bring out the topic. I'm gonna let Sonia do her take on the topic first, but then I want her to pass it over to you, Nancy, because I want you to go into the stuff that you've been wanting to talk about Bluebeam and all that.
Right.
Does that sound good?
It's perfect.
Hey, Mark.
Whatever.
Well, because like I said before, I mean, you don't really ever get a chance to get in there and say that stuff, you know what I mean, and all of it before it goes in another direction. So I just want to have you specifically say it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. And right now, of all times, it is very pertinent to talk about Bluebeam.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
So
there's Mark Edworthy.
Yeah, that Mark Edworthy guy. I'll be right back. I'm gonna top my coffee off.
I'm gonna do that too.
And,
now watch Mark Edworthy. He's
pretty slick.
He's slick.
Yeah, slick.
See,
Does that work for it?
he's even got his camera up. Oh, you're okay with showing your pretty face for Nancy,
Maybe.
but you won't do it on Cafe Enigma? Is that what you're saying?
Give me a second. Give me a sec. There.
Oh, okay.
There he be.
There he be. Now, kind of sway that hair back a little bit so the women can see it.
Let me move these monitors first.
We gotta get. Just.
Mark has become a sex appeal.
He's
He has.
He's
Not
man
you.
meat. Man meat. That's what I I nicknamed him that a long time ago. He's man meat.
Yeah, whatever.
We're gonna fly him out here just so he could do a striptease for us.
I didn't say that. I did not say that, Mark.
No, not going to happen.
No! Oh no,
No,
I gotta cancel the
afraid
whole
not.
event now.
I will be right back. I gotta go get
Well, I got
coffee.
to charge for it, I suppose.
There you go. Now you're talking.
Yeah.
That's funny.
What time are we meant to be starting?
I
thought it
think
was
at the
at-
top of the hour, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's yeah.
So Mark or Roger, did you like what I wrote about the MK Ultra in the collegiate level?
Wow, I didn't see that.
From a couple of days ago.
No, actually, I think I dropped it. I want to say I dropped it either today or yesterday in Roger's Cafe Enigma chat because I just wrote it. Basically, late Wednesday into Thursday, I was working on it, and it's a lot of information that I've gathered over the years, and just kind of, basically after what happened with Charlie, I was like, did y'all ever stop to think that they just broadened the MK Ultra system and literally imbued it into the collegiate system? Did anybody stop for just a moment to think about that? Because what we're seeing is a lot of brainwashed kids who go from very normal to very extreme in a very short period.
That is a great point, for sure.
You mix in video games and frequencies and everything else, and you have got a melting pot.
Right.
So it's I actually did a whole analysis on it.
Okie dokie, I'm back.
Hey, Johan.
Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, I did
Where's
see
Vicky
it.
at?
Yesterday. Yeah. Sorry, Mark.
Well, and
Make
it
sure-
just, to me, it was kind of like taking something and putting it on an amplifier. If you start imbuing an MK Ultra type program into the collegiate system, number one, because the colleges are all taking government grants, it can go under the guise of national security and never be a known program. They've done it multiple times. I even cited the cases where they did it. And it's literally a brainwashing program where you're reprogramming young people in ways that are self-destructive.
I was going to say you're brainwashing young people. Isn't that what the modern education system is about anyway?
Well, it's
there you go.
I've never seen such stupidity. I've said it earlier today. I've never seen such stupidity in my life. You have an entire party, a progressive agenda on a party, and the whole damn thing is depopulating. And it's not about depopulating the rival party. You're depopulating yourselves. That is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life, and they don't see it. They're trying to point out all the genetic idiots. It's
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. All the folks over in Kick Chat and all the other chats. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, if you take it at its base, Mark, look at it. What is transgenderism? That is it's a record for depopulation because they don't reproduce. What is even homosexuality? The same sex cannot reproduce. You'd have to go to an outside source to be able to reproduce.
Unless you're frogs.
Yeah, unless you're frogs.
Yeah.
And we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got
because we all know that they turned the frogs gay.
The medical tyranny, letting themselves be experimented on like guinea pigs. That's a recipe for self-destruction. I mean, it's like all of your agendas lead to your own demise, and you happily run around telling everybody how they're great agendas, but you're not taking out me. I don't believe in your agenda. You're taking yourself out. It's a suicide mission. I don't understand it. That's what I said. And again, it's all coming out of the collegiate and the high school level kids. It's like they took a whole generation and reprogrammed them.
And seeping into well, yeah, seeping into other areas because of these kids become business owners, they become human resource department managers, they become politicians.
But they are taken at an age. Here's the thing: you've got 12-year-old millionaires because of social media. You are taking kids when they are nowhere close to apex maturity. Half of them haven't been through any kind of hormonal changes yet, and you're putting them in adult responsibility areas, making adult decisions that they have no capabilities to make. None. Zero. That's
I'm trying to bring Vicky in, but she keeps dropping off.
That's probably because I told her what we're going to, Wednesday, I wanted to incorporate her theology into the show. And I said, why don't we take this whole 7 seals thing with, a lot of people saying that Charlie Kirk's assassination was the 6th seal.
No.
Why don't we incorporate, okay, hello.
Bit early.
But it works with the 6th seal. If you actually read what it is, it does work. So let's incorporate it in, let Vicky have her run at it, because she could go either way with that. And, it makes for a good show. People want to hear those paradigms right now. They want to, people are scared. That's for sure. Or angry. That's for real sure. And people want direction. So it's going to be, like I said, this is a very interesting point in the history of this country. I think it's going to get even more interesting the next week, but wait and see.
Unlike before, when I did Cafe Enigma, you'll be able to hear the clip while we're playing it.
Oh, wow. That's kind of cool.
Because of Teams, okay? Skype didn't allow it, but Teams does.
Yeah,
all right.
Do we,
all
do
right.
we have total
now, Roger, I would say probably we want to start that clip no later than like 10 or 12 minutes into the show. Okay? After you come in and introduce that topic. All right? Unless you want to do it sooner, that's fine too.
I don't know if Roger's there.
He's smoking.
I don't know.
Getting coffee.
Yeah.
Yep. That way, because it's a 23-minute clip.
Any copyright issues on that? We'll do
there is going to be copyright on it, though. But because of the nature of the show, and that we're going to use it as educational purposes. So, for fair use, we get to, that should be in the clear. Now, YouTube might not allow that and still, whine and cry. So what I'll do is I'll just, when I take in.
Yeah, just to add some commentary in between. If it's 20 minutes, then add some commentary at 10 minutes, and then it goes under the fair use commentaries YouTube policy.
Well, that so long as we're using it for educational purposes, all the other places that I archive it won't have a problem with it. But Facebook and YouTube might, and Twitch too. Those are the only 3 that I really have issues with copyright right now.
Okay, but you can edit it out if necessary. But yeah.
But
do something. Yeah.
That rebel's in there causing trouble again, isn't he?
Yeah.
I knew it.
But did you hear me, Roger?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, about 5 to 10 minutes in, we need to start that clip so that everybody can hear it.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I've got it to where when I get in there, I'm gonna do the introductions, get it all quick and going, so it should be right into the clip. So I've got a. I'm a Mark Edward.
When you say and here's a clip from In Search of about the topic, boom, I started.
I'm
okay.
Yep, I'm gonna do just a quick thing about kind of what the show is going to be about. Then I'm going to go to panel introduction, and from that point on, I'm going to say let's get to the clip before we get into the discussion.
Right,
Now,
because no, you have a small panel tonight, so you can do that.
Mhm.
But when you have bigger panels, like when you have like 8 or 10 people or more, you're gonna have to wait until the clip's over and then introduce your panel.
Mhm.
Okay. That way you'll get everybody in. That's just how I used to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I did Jiva Piera or Jiva Piera. I call him Jiva. I did invite him if he wants
he's
to.
here.
Okay, good. Now Jiva, he is somebody that freaking I love hanging out with. He's actually a game developer, and I've been doing work with him on the side with my gaming. This guy he's 100% weirdo like we are, dude, but he hasn't openly admitted it. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, you're gonna pants him like you do Mark. Okay, I see how it is.
Lucky him.
Yeah.
So.
Poor Mark. Anyways,
Wait, no, you're talking about Jahan. Jahan's here.
Yeah, Jahan.
Yeah, Jahan. Now Jiva, I don't know where he is.
Oh, I don't see him in the chat. So.
He might show up. Is what I'm saying.
All right.
He's on Discord. He's not very familiar with Teams. So.
Yeah. I did drop the link in our Facebook group, as everybody can see. I was hoping that David Campione would show up too. And let me just try to add him again, because he might have forgot, or this is a new time for him.
He's very.
Nancy
very
dropped
perfect.
out. What happened?
I hope he did. I hope she did.
Yeah, she just dropped off for a sec.
Yeah.
Vicky, Nancy.
She said she was wondering if you did it, and let me.
No. I didn't do that at all. No.
There she is. She's there. Okay, there she is. And Dave's here. Cool.
Yeah. Hey,
David.
Hey,
was
Mark.
trying to get a hold of you. Yeah.
Hey, Jihan and Nancy and Sonia. Okay.
Yeah.
And Jason. Jason, how did it go last night or Wednesday night?
I don't know. Did you hear Dave, Nancy?
I can hear Dave, but a few minutes ago I couldn't hear anybody.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you just kind of dropped off here, Nancy,
No, but
and
Jason
then I
and I
brought
were
you back in.
I was gonna say, Jason and I were both in the chat. We were both still showing in here, but
Yeah.
couldn't hear you.
I see Jason, and Vicky's up, but she's not answering the call. I don't know. I hope she comes in.
Hopefully she does, because I wanna get her. Like this is gonna be a project. I've been wanting to get Mark Edworthy's head to explode, and it hasn't worked yet.
Oh my God.
No, still on my shoulders.
And my next goal is I want Nancy to turn into the She-Hulk, or Vicky. I'm sorry.
Nancy. Oh my God.
Nancy's already a She-Hulk.
Yeah, that's what I know.
Nancy's the Phoenix. What are you talking about?
Well,
I was gonna say, I don't think I got She-Hulk in me, but Phoenix, I control it too much. Put it that way. I'm like David Banner on crack.
Awesome.
You
I
cannot
love
piss me
it.
off because it's not be good.
Red She-Hulk.
I love David Banner on crack. That has to be cool, dude. Like, can you?
David Banner on crack.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to sometimes sit there and talk myself out of getting angry so things don't explode.
Yeah.
Honest to God, not a joke.
I got all excited and happy just hearing you say David Banner on crack, dude. Like, that's just. Could you imagine?
Oh yeah.
That'd be
It's
something else.
just like, is somebody talking to me? Is somebody talking to me?
Hulk want more white stuff. Make lines bigger.
Actually, I've always felt a great affinity to that scene in what was Infinity War, where the Hulk takes Loki, slams him all over the place. I'm like, oh, that would feel good. Oh yeah. Oh God.
Hulk smash.
Hulk smash. Little man.
Yeah,
Now-
and then you got Ben Grimm.
Now,
Slobbering time.
First of all, which version of the Hulk are we talking about? Because you got the comic book version, and then you have the television version.
Oh, comic books always better.
Yes.
Always better.
Mhm.
But Joe Cool, he's the Gray Hulk.
Uh-huh.
He's like the dude.
Oh, calm now. I always kind of had an affinity to the Scarlet Witch. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Well, that's because she can.
Jason just fell off too.
Things it's weird. It's like the signal's not. And I just checked to see if there's any outages. I don't see any, but
No. Hold on here. It's got to be Teams.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I hate Teams with a passion. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
just want
crazy.
I just want to say that.
It does its job. It works
Yeah.
most of the time. Most of the time.
What did I tell you when we had to jump? I said you will come over to the dark side when it comes to Teams
Yeah.
because it sucks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is
sure
Ralph
does.
coming in tonight? I'm gonna try.
So
Okay.
Ralph was out with a friend of his who was
Okay.
a police officer on duty at 9/11. So they're kind of out having guys' night.
Okay. I don't know if Jason is actually back yet or not.
I'm
No,
ringing.
he's not back. Because wasn't he streaming up there in New York?
Yeah, but he's not that far away. He's only like a couple hours away.
Yeah.
He actually
I didn't get to see his YouTube stream though. I mean, I was looking everywhere else, but not did not see him on stream other places. And I was like, oh man, YouTube?
I was able to get him to do an interview for Summer last night, dude, and
He was he kept looking around and he messaged me a couple times in my chat, and then I just seen it today.
He got taken off. He hit the some button. He just put a note up, and he said, I hit answer on the group call twice and not sure what happened, and it didn't happen. So I don't know. I don't know what he did.
Who? Jason?
Jason, yeah, he's in chat.
I'm trying to add him again, but anyways, we got about maybe 6 or. Hey, Jason, here you are. You here with us?
Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we got about 5 or 6 minutes left on this call, and then I'm going to recall back. We're not going to use any other chat rooms but this one. When we take our break, we'll come. I'll click off, end it, and then bring everybody back here again. All right.
You don't have to do anything, right?
Well, yeah, it'll just be work on my end. That's all.
Okay, thanks.
All right. And I still can't get Vicky in with us for some ungodly reason, but
it's crazy.
She must have it on, but not near her phone or the device that she uses.
She's not even on chat. I don't see her on chat at all.
Yeah,
So,
Arpat Bass.
Yeah, she's not here on chat.
Yeah, it's showing her lit up green like she's trying.
She might be over on Telegram posting. Hang on, let me check a little.
Okay. That's a good possibility too. But now that your group got bigger, yeah, it might be a good idea to introduce your group after
the clip.
After the clip.
Yeah, I agree. And then after Nancy talks, it's just an open like slaughterhouse. I want to see blood, dude. I want to.
Cafe Enigma was never about that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll keep on task. I apologize. The Hunger Games, guys.
Red 2, you got to stay on target. All right.
That's right. That's right. I gotta try to be responsible, and not talk all crazy and stuff, and be, unless of course the panel wants me to like just be myself and talk crazy.
I don't know who's doing the Dr. Pepper commercial. I can hear I heard the soda pop.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that was definitely Mark.
How long did it take you to get back, Jason, with traffic?
Oh, I never drive. No, I took a New Jersey Transit, and I got to tell you, I had some great time. I got the express back, was an hour and 1 minute from New York to Trenton from Manhattan. So I had a good time on the way back.
Man, you guys must have been really hauling ass. Because I tell you what,
it doesn't stop at every stop. The express train
Oh,
only
okay.
stops
Yeah, you
at
got
like
the
8
express.
stops, so it flies down. Yeah, it's.
I figured, you know, if you're taking public transit or something like that, man, you're every corner almost.
Now getting there was a little bit harder. They did pull exactly what I thought they were going to pull, like they did last year. Last year was the first year they actually announced a fake terrorist attack at the WTC in accordance with what was happening down there, to throw everybody off of the E train. So if you weren't familiar with the city, you'd be kind of lost. I jumped on the A train and got down there. That was last year. This year, I said, what are they going to do to, they're going to do the same thing. You know what? There were signs all the way up at Penn Station saying, E train has problems with the tracks. Not going to be stopping at the WTC or the prior to last stop. The 2 last stops, not stopping at. So get on the A train. The A train was, I mean, as you can imagine, packed gills to gills. When I got there, right where you come up at the A train, 3 blocks away, there's bomb squad. That wasn't there last year. Very, 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 very shady. I won't get into it all right now, but boy, did they pull out the works on us.
Well,
Good.
it's
I'm
funny.
glad they did that. Yeah.
I saw an alert in the afternoon that actually hit my scanner down here in Florida, and it was that they were looking for a certain individual in New York City who had issued threats against the president, and it didn't have to do with WTC as much as it did it with his appearance at Yankee Stadium for the game, and that they were searching. And
Okay.
it was
one thing too. When we take in, do get the clip on. Everybody mute their mic. All right. All right. That way, it won't break up. Roger or me will be like the only ones probably popping in during that clip. All right.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with it playing all the way through because
but I might need to say something real quick in between too, or for direction. Hey, we're coming up. You're not going to hear part of the end of the clip because I'm going to do a countdown, and you will not have a break until the 5-minute mark at the top of the hour after that.
So that'd be at 55 minutes after the stream starts? Yeah. Okay.
That's a hard break.
Now, Jiva is in the chat, and I told him that we were getting ready to end the call, and we'll bring him in after the call.
Yeah, let's do that now. I'm going to...
Did he just leave? So I never did figure out, do we leave or do we just sit here?
I always leave.
Okay.
Whatever, it doesn't make much difference.
I'm just going to go ahead and leave before he starts yelling at me.
I'm with you. I'm going to just go ahead and hang up and just wait for the call.
Yeah, me too.
Fireball. Did everybody hang up? Because if not, huh?
No, nobody did.
Everybody has to hang up.
I'm back.
I'm back.
Good,
here.
David.
Nancy's, Mark Edworthy, Roger, Jason, Sonia. Sonia, bring your stripes back. There you go. We got zebra hide all over our house.
It's an illusion.
Okay, I love that. That's cool.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay.
We should be coming up on it in about a minute, and then your intro will play, and then get you rolling.
Okay. Just remember to do all the fancy cool stuff, like the countdowns and stuff, because I really.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
I'll
love
do it
that.
just like I do Nancy, and you're live,
Well, I love that too. I
right,
love
Nancy?
that too.
No, I'm kidding.
No, I mean, I'm
I try
not.
not to do that. I really, really try not to have that happen. But sometimes the clip skips over, and I'm like, oh shit, and you're live. But no, I will. I always do my best to take and do a full countdown. Some here lately, it's been shorter, like 3, 2, 1,
Mhm.
instead of the 5. You know.
Did we lose Jihan?
Hey, Roger, Jiva's gone. She didn't
Yeah.
come back in.
Yeah, we'll get them in on the clip or here in a minute.
Jihan.
He's
All
in.
right.
He's in the chat. He just hasn't figured out how to enter
Pick
the
up.
pick up the thing. Now,
Yeah, you just got to pick it up. 30 seconds, Roger.
Okay.
Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out.
Oh no!
Oh.
Don't jinx me like that. I get nervous enough.
Yep. And here's your countdown, Roger. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And welcome to the new Cafe Enigma, starting right now with you.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Cafe Enigma, where mysteries linger at the edge of science and imagination. Tonight we journey into a tale of energy, ambition, and a Siberian catastrophe that still baffles the world. We explore the connections between Nikoli Tesla, high-powered ionospheric research, and the enigmatic Tunguska event. Now, before we get started with the panel introduction and all of that, I would like to let us listen to this clip, this quick 22-minute clip of In Search of the Siberian Fireball first, and then we'll get to the discussion. So before we start the video clip, I'd like to ask if everybody could please mute their audio, and we'll get that started. That includes you, Mark. I wanted to mention to you, Mark, nobody's hearing anything.
Roger, he's gone. He's not there in his command. Oh, there he is.
There he is. He's working it out. Give him a second. I'm glad Nancy called that out. She says, because I have dead air. Nothing but dead air.
Checking on Rumble and nothing's playing.
Yeah, it's dead air here too. I'm wondering if he can hear me. I think they muted him out too. You've gone mute, Mark. I can see him.
I can hear you just dandy, but I can't hear anything else.
Yeah. They cut your audio, Mark Potashik.
I can but I can't hear anything else.
Yeah, checking Rumble, and there's nothing playing on Rumble as well. So just showing the title screen and nothing else. Yeah, checking Rumble, and there's nothing playing on Rumble.
Yeah, it's just dead air.
I can hear the show on Rumble.
Can
Clip.
you hear the clip on Rumble?
Okay.
Yeah. But nothing here. And there's no video on Rumble either, just the sound.
Well, that's the way.
Yeah, I can hear the sound on D Live also.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Thank
nice,
you.
nice. So should I switch to Rumble?
No, just stay right here and just be a part of the group. So.
Mark.
Now we might want to like pretend like we haven't said nothing.
I'm sorry, everybody. I thought you guys could be able to hear that clip when I played it.
No.
Nothing, Mark.
Were you hearing anything?
No, we didn't
No.
hear nothing.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
I could hear everybody's lovely voices in random confusion, but I couldn't
Yeah,
hear the clip.
I heard it. No, I thought for sure that I would. I guess if Roger played it, but
I could do it if you want. I mean, I've got.
no, it's too late. We'll try that
Mark,
next.
can you just add it in post? Yeah, just add it in post.
Okay. So
No, it'll show up. It'll actually show up in the on the what is it?
Live.
On the live radio side.
Okay.
All right. But they will not hear any of us talk.
Okay, good.
All right.
Cool.
That could be it could be the because I'm broadcasting on two different broadcasters.
Okay.
But I didn't have a problem with that before when I was doing like music through the same broadcaster, but I wasn't streaming on that broadcaster at the same time either. So that could be the deal. All right. Well,
it's perfectly fine. I have good references and stuff, and I'll break into it. I came backed up, so trust me on this. We're good to go still, okay?
Yeah.
So just wait until whatever's left of 20 minutes.
Yeah, let it play the video.
Just let
well,
it play
we got about a little over 16 minutes before we come back.
Okay.
Well,
Nancy.
can we still have entertaining, confused conversation in the 16 minutes? Because that's pretty much what it was.
That's.
It'll be break time when we come back.
Yeah.
No break in the first hour. The clip is the break.
Oh,
okay.
It's Cafe Enigma. It's Cafe Enigma. If we weren't doing a clip this large or a clip, we would be doing a break. We would talk and then do a break and then come back and talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Speaking about caffeine, I was just gonna say my bad for being an hour late. Speaking about Cafe Enigma, I was thinking it was 9 o'clock. No, it's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock.
Well, that was because of
It's 9 o'clock.
No, it's 9 o'clock. We did the
It's
pre-show.
Oh,
nine
it is
o'clock,
normally
Jason.
9.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
normally
Yeah.
9.
2 o'clock.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
very good, very good.
that was my fault for posting that wrong. It's
Oh, that's
right.
all right, brother.
It's right on the banner, but you know.
Well, I mean,
it's
I kept
right
quiet.
central.
Oh yeah, I pointed out to Roger deal there. Yeah.
8 o'clock
All
central.
right.
Yeah.
I say we take a vote to rename Mark Cersei, so we can all just sit here and go shame, shame.
Yes. I mean, I tried not to
Other
like
Cersei.
do that.
No, I don't want you all to come and be pigs so I can slaughter you all and eat you.
I was
No,
saying that we need after I say my piece, I'm gonna hand it over to the panel, and it's just a blood fest. Just start killing.
What?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
He's got this blood thing going on in the brain right now. I just think it's been a very violent weekend, and Roger needs a nap.
well, ask Jiva. He knows me a little bit. He can tell you. Well, you guys know me a little bit. You can tell him too. I mean, it's all about the love of blood.
Oh, jeez.
I'm infamous.
True.
I'm kind of happy Vicky's not here right now. Just gonna.
Well,
yeah, would be. She would have dug out her prayer beads and be. Oh boy.
Well, I don't
We would
think
have heard
she.
the ancient Latin exorcism.
Where is she? I'm
I
gonna
don't,
call her.
oh,
I don't
well,
know.
I am going to try to break. Well, now that I know that this part's not going to. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna. Can you message her, Nancy?
Me?
And let her know that I'm trying to bring her in.
Let me let her. Hold on, I've got it. See, I've got Vicky on like 5 different messaging here.
She was green, and now she's not.
But she's not in chat at all. Yeah,
Yeah,
because she's always
She's
in chat.
the chat. Yeah, she was lit up. I'm trying to call her, but it's like she's not online right now. It don't look like.
You got
Frustrated.
storms up in that area or what? I don't know.
I've been this whole thing on Teams has been getting crazy in the last 2 days. It really has.
Yeah, but there's reasons for that, and you should be well aware of that, Roger. Whenever anything major happens nationally, all communication sources go under heavy duty scrutiny.
Yep.
Guys,
Heavy duty.
I have to say that this team stuff sucks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And trust me, whenever we do stuff like this, unless it's on Dragus, I will not put you to.
Why don't you do it on Discord?
Well,
What's the deal with that?
we're actually when Mark goes on to the thing, we're actually on the radio.
Ooh.
So he's got a certain system that he has going on. I don't know what that is, so I don't really bug too much. They get people who do, well, you do this stuff. People get really tense. They don't like people to tell them they need to do stuff, So I leave Mark alone and let him do things the way he does things.
Well, you will not get certain of my hosts ever to go on Teams. No, I'm not Teams, but on Discord. Yeah.
Anti-Discord.
And the same holds true with trying to get people, everybody, even if they're anons, they don't want to take and go over to Telegram. All right.
Oh, come on!
I'm serious. I'm
anti-Microsoft.
Also, Discord can be quite when it comes to opponent terms of services. And some of our subjects are not, may not be really fit for.
You done got the
Telegram
computer
or
nerds
Discord.
mad, dude. Look at that, Mark. Mark Wataja, you know better than that. You just got that's kind of like me talking about open source the way I do.
Well, you could be talking to them, to the panel here a little bit about what's going on in that clip.
Well, that's gonna be cool. That's what I was saying. It's gonna be.
And then when we come back, just turn them loose.
I saw the clip that you put up last week, which was really good.
Yeah,
I never saw it before.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is. Have you guys? Now I know Sonia said she had a chance to watch it.
Did also.
And Dave watched it. I know Nancy watched it. I guarantee
I know
you she
Nancy's
did.
seen it. It was part of the first show that I did.
Seen
it.
Oh yeah. But
I might have seen a bit of it.
now Mark
Yeah,
Edward.
what the neatest thing was on that clip was that all the trees in the middle were still standing.
Yeah.
And Jiva, have
Yeah,
you?
which reminds me of it reminds me of a DO. It reminds me of a direct energy weapon because of that. I've always thought about that because the way it occurred, and like I said, the Tesla theory, as much as they like to discount it immediately, it actually has some teeth. So it's every time they do that, whenever they discount something without even like saying a word, it usually is going to have teeth. You really want to take a look at it.
At the same sense, when you look at those trees, a halon bomb could have did the same thing, because a halon bomb implodes, it doesn't explode, and it pulls all the oxygen out of the area.
Fucks it up. Yeah.
Thing from the
halon
inside.
bomb.
A
That
halon
sounds
bomb.
extremely interesting to me
Yeah,
in terms of
used
the
it-
Norway explosion that happened.
They used
All the windows were
tons
sucked
and
in.
tons of times over in Iraq. Believe me. That's why when you look at believe me, some of those caravans that were going by, military caravans, that was an A-10 that dropped a halon bomb that exploded over them, not on them.
Well, and the other thing
How
too is
about
what
that?
a lot of people don't realize is that there was like an aurora for like 3 days following that event.
Yeah.
And there's no amount of, I guess you could say, convincing you can do to me that says, yes, that was a meteor that exploded right at that level in the atmosphere.
I could scientifically prove that it could be a meteor, actually. And I could explain the aurora. I can explain the aurora. Because when the asteroid enters, long story short, when the asteroid enters the Earth's atmosphere, burns up, it ionizes the atmosphere, right?
Well, that's true.
But what would happen if it was a small comet?
Well,
mostly
why?
Mostly comprised of hydrogen or halon, because all of those things are natural elements that we use.
When you say small, what do you mean small? Small as in?
Yeah, you guys know we got a radio show that this material could go on to. You guys are like sharing all the good stuff before we even get the radio show going. Like,
That happens every time, doesn't it? Don't we always do that at the break?
Always. It's like, my
so
goodness.
are we rolling the clip again?
Well, we gotta wait for this video clip to end for the radio show, and then we'll
We got about 6 minutes.
About 6 minutes to go, and this is good because what we're doing is we're brainstorming. I'm just joking.
Oh, so the clip is running on the radio, right?
Right.
Sorry, guys, I'm new.
Oh, that's all right, brother.
We'll forgive
The
you.
clip is running on the radio side.
We'll forgive you
was
this
trying
time,
to
Jiva.
play on this side, but
My God, we are
for
on
everybody-
radio?
Mm-hmm.
This is amazing.
No,
Yes.
not yet. Not yet. The clip is playing. We're just being idiots. But we tend to do that. You should hear our breaks. It's awesome.
He is hearing our breaks. We're actually like introducing him to the cool stuff that we talk about on breaks. And don't listen to any of that Jiva just said. He's like pulling your leg, dude. That guy drives me nuts.
No, actually it makes sense because it is the excitation of ions that causes
No, I mean not that part, not that part.
And
just
to be
like
fair,
right there, what he just
because
said.
people make this argument, all right, it's like why it stayed for so long, like
Right.
3 to 1 week, something like that. Well, because it's cold.
That's
It's
not what
as
I was.
simple as
Well,
that.
it's cold.
That's not what I was talking about,
And
though.
there was also, it was cold, but there was also seismic activity that
True.
came along with that event that would also elongate the aurora. People don't realize how much that interconnects. It really does. Seismic activity actually will cause all sorts of fun things.
Yeah.
And the other thing they don't realize is that the aurora actually has a sound. It has an extreme low frequency that's associated to it that some people can hear. Some humans can actually hear it. So it's one of those things I love talking about, the aurora.
Really?
Because it's so.
Is that
true?
true?
Dude, it's so.
It can be recorded too. You can
Man,
record it.
Now I
That
want to
sound-
go to North Pole, or at least
No,
go to Norway
you
or something.
you don't want to go
Those
to
are-
the North Pole. That's not. That's
Norway.
not
Banks,
probably.
Alaska always has them. It has some good auroras up there.
Yeah.
Is it true that you
Alaska-
cannot actually go to Antarctic now? I think it's like you cannot go there.
Oh,
Well,
They
secret
have,
region.
they have certain expeditions you can do, but Antarctica has always been a very complicated place to travel to, and people never ask why. You have to have your appendix removed if you're on any kind of scientific mission down there for any length of time. You can't have an appendix. They surgically remove it before you go.
I actually know a guy that works in worked. He's not on the project right now, but he worked on the neutrino laboratory.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
briefly
they
for
do
3
it.
months, stayed and lived there in like -70 Celsius.
Well,
It's just
being fair,
Being
they get that in Alaska. They do get that cold up there, and all sorts of fun stuff happens up there too. And what makes it funny, I think, is the anomalies that you see in Alaska, and there's quite a few anomalies up there. That's a very interesting geographic area. You have like mimicking anomalies in Antarctica. It's like the only two places on Earth you'll see some of these anomalies. And people always said, well, it's because of the positioning, the cold, the this, the that, but it doesn't add up. It's like, no, there's something else that's there. I don't know if it's a geomagnetic, I guess you could say, cluster or what it is, but something in those locations causes all sorts of interesting anomalies. And my husband was actually stationed in Alaska for 8 years. And he tried so hard to get out of there. He tried so hard.
What
What's up
research
with
did he
people
do?
seeing What's up with people seeing auroras all the way down in Miami a couple weeks ago?
Dude, we could see him here in Tampa.
That's
Okay,
called
so
ayahuasca, Jason.
Yes.
North Florida.
No. It was the aurora. It was. In fact, I took pictures of it. You could, as the
I
sun
saw
was
them
going
in
down,
Texas and parts of Oklahoma a week or two ago, they were saying.
Yeah.
But here's the funny thing. Back in the late 1990s, there was an event, and it wasn't it was not a declared solar event, but something happened. We could see auroras in the day. I'll never forget it. I was like with my daughter. My daughter was like latched around my leg, and I'm looking at the sky going, those are not sun devils. What the hell is that? It was the aurora.
Climate
And I'm like, why am I seeing? What am I
Never
seeing
heard
right
of that
now?
before until this year, but maybe that's just something I've never heard of.
Well, again, your polar is moving at maximum speed right now, like speeds we have never seen in the time period that we've been recording the movement of polar north. We've never seen it move like it's moving right now, and it's been doing it since like 2001.
Well, HAARP had an open house that
Let's
day
blame
too,
the
so
dust
there's
for
that.
because that impact, had to shuffle all that stuff underneath the earth, and it just takes so many decades and that for it all shift around properly.
I don't know.
And all that. Yeah.
I don't know, Mark.
Ah.
I don't know because the Earth is supposedly
in the moment
supposedly
from
the core of the planet, but it's supposedly the core of the planet is stalling. So in other words, that giant magnetic ball in the center of the planet is supposedly stalling out. You've got polar north hoofing it, and to the point where you guys saw the article I wrote. I wrote that article originally in 2012. Okay, that was in 2012 that I was noticing it. And every time I would put that out, that was published in Intrepid magazine. And I had a lot of people who worked in collegiate level sciences who were pshawing it, saying, "Oh, that's ridiculous." I'm like, they had to repaint the airport longitude latitude lines because
David
they're not
Icke
right
talks
anymore.
a lot about that.
Yeah, and see, this is where it's going to get interesting, because when we start this up, I'm going to have Sonia give her commentary because she's the co-host, and after that, I want to open it up to where Nancy can talk about it, because this is
30 seconds.
We're going to be talking about Blue Beam and stuff like that too, so it's going to get pretty good. It's going to be a good conversation. So just hold on to your horses. We're ready to go.
I am muting out.
Yeah, you don't have to mute out.
We're
Look
good.
out,
Well, no, I have to yell at my dogs.
here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back. I am Roger Hanson. Tonight I will be your host. And joining us tonight is my co-host, Sonia Galactic, spelled Galactic with a T-E-C instead of T-E or T-I-C. And with her is our esteemed host. Now, on our esteemed panel, and on our panel, I want to start letting everybody know who's on there. There's Jason Quigley, aka MC Dirty Work, and he is joining us tonight, as well as David Campione, our trusted timekeeper of magic. And then we have Nancy Planeta from the Vixen's Vault right here on Dragus Production. You can check her out every Wednesday night, same time as this show, and it is an excellent show. Then we have Mark Edworthy, the man of many faces, the guy who does stuff. And after that, we have my co-host, which is Sonia Galactic. She is one in a million. And then we have Jiva Piera. Now, Jiva is a game developer, and he has been doing a lot of work with me and in Rapid Glitch on Nostalgia Gaming Retro. So if you want to see some of the cool stuff he does, you're going to have to start liking gaming. If not, sorry guys. But with that being said, I would love to have you guys go around and say a lot of cool stuff, but we better get on with the topic. What do you think?
Yep.
Okay, so
Sounds good to me.
Good idea. Go for it.
Okay, so basically in June of 1908, okay, the skies over Siberia ignited. Okay, the Tunguska event flattened forests for hundreds of miles. Eyewitnesses reported a fireball brighter than the sun and a shockwave that knocked people from their feet, okay? No crater was found, no meteorite retrieved. Scientists call it one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. But this is where we go further than just Tunguska. Tesla, working in New York decades earlier, claimed he had transmitted energy wirelessly across the globe. Could his experiments, even inadvertently, have influenced Tunguska? Tonight, we ask whether human ingenuity may have brushed against forces we barely understand. Let's begin with the fundamental question. Could Tesla's concept of wireless energy have been capable of producing an effect like Tunguska? And with that, I'm going to open it up first to my co-host Sonia, let her give her take on it, and go from there.
Hi guys. I would say absolutely, definitely. That's probably the whole thing, really. Yeah, and that's pretty much all I got to say about that. Nancy?
Well, I mean, it's a complicated issue because a lot of the things we talk about when we talk about Nikoli Tesla, because all of his research was confiscated or quote unquote disappeared, it was disappeared after his death. We are kind of grasping at straws, and we're going at theoreticals. So in other words, you're basing a lot of information off what he stated, but you're not actually able to see the outlines of the technology we're talking about.
Right.
Now, do I believe Nikoli Tesla was capable of that? Yes. He's a person, when you actually really start studying his work and looking at his work, his brain worked differently than most. He reminds me of a little bit of Albert Einstein, except I think he was actually more intelligent than Einstein. If I was going to put him in any category when it came to people, I would say he was most likely Asperger's, like Elon Musk, personality-wise, because of the way he compartmentalizes information and his antisocial type of personality, which, believe it or not, Elon Musk also has. He's not a very social person. He's very uncomfortable in social situations. He's had to work on it for years to even be able to do what he does. So with Nikoli, he was working on the types of energy that to a government have no place because they're not something that is profitable. It's something that kind of like, I always put it in the same grocery basket as marijuana. Why was marijuana illegal for so long in the United States? Well, it was illegal because they couldn't figure out a way to actually control it and profit from it. So in other words, anybody could plant it. It was a weed. You could throw the damn seeds in your backyard and have a nice, beautiful marijuana plant pretty much anywhere you lived in the continental United States within, 3 months. True story. So they were trying to find ways. And what did they end up doing? Marlboro ended up what? Patenting a cloned marijuana seed. And then suddenly we had all these movements to legalize it around the country and to control it. So the government has like the patents on marijuana, what can be sold, what cannot be sold. And they do it under the guise of your health. Well, we're gonna sell you the stuff we know is healthy because you never know what the other stuff's gonna have in it. Oh, great, thanks a lot. But it's the same thing with Nikoli Tesla. Tesla's technologies allowed for people to basically access energies, different forms of energies that wouldn't require a main belt to distribute. So when you're talking that time period, you had other patents that were there that would be huge money makers. Huge. Okay. Not so much Tesla. And Tesla was very determined. And that was one thing, again, if you do your research on him, he was all about bringing things to people for the advancement of humanity. He was not so much about making the money. The man died dirt poor. No joke. Like in a hovel apartment in Manhattan. Very, very poor. So when we look at what he did do, the coils, just look at the Tesla coils. What do? They're transferring energy through what? The air. There's no wire involved in a Tesla coil. A Tesla coil, when it's transmitting between two coils, there's no wire connection. It's a transmission. So yeah, was he capable of doing that in 1908? Yes, I believe he was. I 100% believe he was. Do I think it could have caused the Tunguska event? I have seen stranger things. And I can tell you that they do not tell you the truth about anything when it comes to that type of technology, because they're going to patent it, they're going to lock it down, and they're going to use it for their own reasons. And we have found that out time and time and time again when we've trusted what they've told us. Oh, we trust you. Yes, you would never do that to us. And then we find out there was some crazy X-ray heart attack device that the CIA was using in the 1970s to kill off their enemies, even though they swore they didn't have one. So it's, again, yeah, it is very plausible. And the way seismic activity works in the planet, yeah. And that's not even, guys, I'm going to pass it off to the next person because I could keep going, but I'm just going to put the little subnote on there. There's another experiment that is hushed and veiled in secrecy, and you can never get a confirmation, but there are witnesses who are still alive to this day. And that was the Philadelphia experiment. And you're talking the same type of deal. Go ahead.
I just had to say something about the heart attack gun. Yeah, I mean they didn't have the heart attack gun. Then they literally, was it Time magazine? I'm not sure if it was, but there was a magazine that actually had Barry Goldwater on the front of it holding the heart attack gun, the shellfish gun, whatever it was.
And it's on the same lines of like V2K technology, or what causes Frey syndrome or Fry syndrome, however you want to pronounce it. They swore it didn't exist. They swore that everybody was just on crack. Oh, Havana syndrome? No, it could not be V2K technology. No, that doesn't exist. And then you go on the U.S. Army site from 2015 in the archived areas of the Army site. There you see blueprints of a V2K device, just on the United States Army website. And then you start reading about events that occurred in the 1970s where, we attacked a Russian embassy using an auditory device. So they don't tell the truth. We're just, and they'll say it's because of national security. Yeah, I'm sure making people think wild thoughts in their heads because you're emitting a frequency at their brain. Yeah, sure, you really don't want to tell us about that, because then we're going to question our reality all the way around.
I would have traded our national security 25 years ago for the world that we live in today. I'm fine with having an insecure nation compared to this slave world we live in.
Again, and the thing with Tunguska, look at the timing of the events. And I always say this to people, you have to look at the full picture. People tend to monofocus. They only look at one aspect of something. They're not looking at everything else that's going on at the same time. 1908 to 1910, what were we looking at? We were looking at a different economic state beginning to build. Because we had what? We had the Fed that was starting to go into place in the United States. We had banking systems that were starting up. You're forgetting it's only a few years after that, all of the, I guess you could say, the big money men in the United States who disagreed with the Fed died on the Titanic. So, this is all in the same time period. And we were in a competition with Russia at that point. Russia was shut off from the rest of the world. People, again, you don't know your time periods. Yes, the Romanov family, yes, they're related to the royal family of Great Britain, 100%. Yes. In fact, Nikolai Romanov's wife was the granddaughter of Queen Victoria. So, there is a blood relation there. But as a country, Russia kind of kept to themselves.
This is just before the Bolshevik Revolution. So
yes.
You said 1808, 1810 was, as a country, as a nation, it was still relatively peaceful at the time.
No, they were not. Not internally. Absolutely not. They were at war with Germany.
Well, yeah, there were pockets. There are pockets, but as a sort of consensus of a country, they were relatively peaceful.
What was the problem with Nikolai? Nikolai was trying to do what? Why did the Bolsheviks take him out? Do you know? Because I can tell you one of the main reasons. And it was not like the French Jews, let them eat cake. It was not that. It was because he was trying to modernize. He was trying to bring his military and his forces into more of a Western type modernization. He was all about, trying to organize and modernize. And unfortunately, the way it worked for him, to do that, he had to take all the resources for the people and put it into the military. Didn't end well for him, did it now? But why would he do that? What else was going on at that time? There's a lot of innovation that came out of Russia that we were never made aware of until literally Russia fell under Reagan. Mr. Reagan or Mr. President, take that wall down. Yeah. And basically, he actually told everybody to go eat donuts. I think we all remember that pretty well because it was really embarrassing. But the fact is that we found out all this research that Russia's been doing since like the turn of the century. Research on electricity, research on genetics, research on all of these things. During World War II, we found out they were trying to build super soldiers genetically. They were way ahead of us.
Nancy,
this didn't become a sort of national pride until 1920 onwards.
Now, I do have to mention something. Jiva actually it would be perfect for this because he is in England, but he is actually born in Russia. Isn't that true, Jiva?
No, I'm born in Lithuania, sir.
Lithuania. So
How dare you?
Sorry about that.
Beautiful area.
Well,
So-
it was a part of the Soviet Union. Yes, sure.
So-
But I was a
Yeah,
baby.
Lithuania is beautiful. Oof. I'm jealous. What a beautiful area.
I am not jealous. I'm massively disappointed in my country.
I'm
yeah,
talking geography, not, but yeah.
yeah, geography. That's pretty much what's left.
So now,
And I'm not. It's, you
anyways,
have to understand.
anyways, not the point. The point is, I wanted to point this out to you, Nancy.
Yes.
Remember that it's all happening. Tunguska, 1908, right?
Yes.
General relativity was not yet done, basically, right? We have general relativity. That's the same year, I think.
As far as we know, this
Or
is
even,
my
or
problem.
maybe even 1912, I think. So,
but
yes,
it's as far as you know,
Nikola Tesla was on top of the curve when it comes to electromagnetism and all of that, but we didn't even had quantum theory, like the basics done up until like 1930s,
But,
I think, 1950.
But where did quantum theory come from? But
How
let's
do
wait,
you
stop. Where did quantum theory come from? Do you know?
even
It came from Ramadan. It came from a dream. String
could
theory
say
literally
that.
came from a
But
dream.
it was propelled by Einstein's general theory of relativity. That's what kicked off.
Yes and no. The actual that's the main physics area. Now you're talking quantum physics. Einstein wasn't into quantum.
But Nancy, we are talking about if we are talking about direct energy weapons, right? Or direct energy,
Correct.
like
Well, no, not intentionally. I don't think Tesla did this intentionally. That's what I'm saying. I think it was
Experiment
a direct
go wrong.
energy weapon. I think it was. No, not even experiment gone wrong. Experiment where they didn't know what the outcome was going to be. And I think we've done that several times. And I think Tesla had the intelligence to do it and probably didn't even know he did it, to be very
But do you
honest with you,
think-
because
well, Bolsheviks would have the power to do that, obviously. But do you think Tsarist Russia back then would be involved
I'm
in
saying,
these
though.
kind of like
I don't
programs?
think it was intentional. But if you look at the history of Tsarist Russia and all of the little secret programs that they had that we've discovered since the fall. I mean, and even since the fall, that's what's crazy. The records that have been released, you have to go on some really bibliophile sites to find them. I know, because I've gone looking. They were so advanced compared to what we're told is current in the United States, and even by today's standards, some of the stuff you're reading it and you're like, holy crow, man, they were light years ahead of us. But then you have to censor yourself and say, well, but they treat us like we're idiots. They literally treat the population in this country like we're a bunch of monkeys. They give us the minimal amount of information when they're light years ahead of us.
Well, I
So
do
it's
agree
a
with you
real,
on that.
yeah, I mean, it's a real psyop on the population when it comes to science, because whatever you're looking at, and you guys know this, I say it on my show constantly, they are at least 50 years ahead of us. Whatever tech we're holding in our hands today is already outdated by 50 years when it comes to the military.
Oh yes, absolutely.
It's just the honest.
All the fancy tech is first implemented into military for the military. That's for
So
sure.
when you see these
Even the
papers-
microwaves, mobile phones, you name it. For sure.
Well, even the nanotechnology. I laugh because people say nanotechnology is so new, and I'm like, no, you retard. They had nanotechnology on Hollywood television in the late 2000s, going into the early 2000s. You had shows like Stargate where you had nanotechnology in the body. All that stuff, we were shown it 20 years ago, 25 years ago, and it was already outdated if it was on the TV. That's where you don't understand how deep the psyop goes. They have to show you, because then when it gets revealed, you're not going to be startled. Like, why are there little microscopic bugs that are mechanical?
True, I agree with you. But when I'm talking about Tunguska,
Yes.
100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, right? I'm trying to put myself in the kind of in the timeline and all the geopolitics that went through back then, right? So we have rapid industrialization. Tsarist Russia is doing their own thing. Germany and the UK is basically at each other's throats. United States is worrying about itself back then. It didn't have any imperialistic goals, you might argue, back then.
We were actually in I think we were still Mexico-Cuba problems going on back at that time period.
Yes,
that was
you could make an argument, but it was like this divisive. It was it was not a global world like we have today, and this kind of.
It was, but it was a genetic global world. That's what I'm saying. Even the United States, our leaders at that point in time had genetic relations overseas to the royal families.
True,
all of the royal families overseas are genetically related to each other.
But I'll make the point that Tsarist Russia couldn't make it wouldn't be able to finance that kind of a project. Now, it had to be done by UK or United States. So,
remember
or Germany.
At that time.
Now hold on a minute. Let's do this one at a time. Now, Mark.
Okay.
Give Mark Edworthy a chance to say something, and then Jason.
You missed an entire economic pointer, a cultural pointer. At that time, 1910, up to the reforms of the mid-1920s and 1930s, Russia was still an agricultural country. It hasn't really what we would consider as being a sort of industrial, for the time, a Western industrial country. It was still an agricultural country, whereas Europe and the US were changing from agriculture to industry back in the early 19th century. Russia didn't catch up until the reforms of the 1920s and 30s.
Now, before anybody comments, hold on. Let MC Messy Pants
Thanks, Roger.
say something.
I'll make this. I'll be brief. Good directing there. I just wanted to say about Tunguska, the epicenter. That always tripped me out. That the epicenter, if you notice, the trees were all pointed north, then south, east, west. They did some kind of experiment with something that looked like match heads. I don't think they were match heads, but something like that. And they blew something up relatively 30, 40 feet above it. And those match heads acted exactly like the trees and the tree patterns at Tunguska, where there was an actual, you could tell there was an actual epicenter. There was a middle where everything else just fanned out. So very interesting.
But I think what bothers me with Tunguska is there's no remnants. In other words, if there was an explosion of a meteorite that close to the planet, and they're trying to tell you that it's kind of like a 9/11 situation where everything was eviscerated. Anything that was related to that object that did that was gone. It was eviscerated, destroyed in the explosion, which makes no sense. You would still have in the trees, there would be something embedded there, even if it was microdust, there would be embedding of the object. They didn't find any embeddings of the object. That makes me okay.
That is weird.
Sorry,
that is really weird.
How hard did they try to look? How far was
you're talking
the
1908. Yes.
Yeah, precisely.
And it happened in
good point,
It was
Mark.
in 1908. Yep. And it could have melted away, but it's still, you would have found some type, especially radiation, you would have found some trace of it in the water as the snows melted. There would have been trace. Even back then, there would have been trace. They would have found something.
Been documented.
Now,
also, wouldn't it be documented? It
Well,
might not have been
there
awesome, but just because
there is eyewitness testimony of people who were there in the area when it happened. They didn't get the testimony
No, I'm
until
just
a year
making
after.
I'm just making
But there is
there's an assumption that somebody's looking for this stuff and actually documented it, and they're documenting surviving till
Even now.
today.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can look at trees now. Okay, see those trees, a lot of them would probably be there. Okay, just because of the age of trees and how long they live. If you take a tree now and you cut it, and an event happened 100 years ago, you can find evidence of that event in the rings of the tree. Okay, that's how it works in nature. But they can't find any evidence of this event buried in these trees that shows it's something that came
people
in.
are actually looking. People are actually
Yes, of course they were. It's the greatest mystery.
No. Okay.
I wasn't trying to say that it was something from outer space or anything. I was just noting the point that they were fanned out, and that's interesting to me.
Well, because it shows that you're right. There was an epicenter above ground because it had been. There's no crater. That's the other interesting thing. There is no crater related to this event. So again, if it was something that had touched the ground, of course it would leave an embedding. It would leave a crater. So whatever this was, it happened higher up. It was at an elevation.
It happened in the air somewhere. Right.
Correct. But again,
you
I
can
always kind
explain
of
this fairly easily with a meteorite theory.
But there's no.
If you have a medium-sized meteorite which is unstable, maybe it's built. It has a lot of rock material and not metals inside of it. Then it would break up because of
it would still embed in the trees. That's
true.
what I'm saying. It would still
True. That is true.
And that's, I mean, even we had an event, 5 years ago with a very similar type event where an explosion, a meteorite came in, exploded. I forget what city it was over in Europe, and it left trace materials all over the place.
Big too. You would think, my God, it would have to with something that size.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There are disturbing things about Tunguska that don't. But again, I have to pull myself back and say, well, you're talking 1908 in the middle of nowhere. So to be fair, yes, we have to hold that in check and keep that at the top of our head. But there's so many blanks here that really bother me. And I look at the Philadelphia experiment. I look at what that was also Tesla technology. And I have to say, could this have been what he started with? We know there was a preceding event to the Philadelphia experiment, another very similar event that involved a riverboat. And Tesla was involved in that too.
We spoke about that my first time on the Philadelphia experiment and the Tesla tech, the coils on there.
Yes, so it's like, where was he working on something? We know he was at that in 1908. He would have been working with what's his face? Oh God,
Edison.
Morgan.
Edison.
J.P. Morgan or Westinghouse?
Well, Westinghouse.
Well, no, Edison. Edison was the other scientist that he collaborated with.
Yeah.
He, now you're talking the AC/DC battle, but the fact is that, I mean, Edison won because Edison came up with a form of energy that they could make a lot of money off of.
Well, Edison was a capitalist, a good old capitalist. Yes. That's why he prevailed.
Correct. I mean, but again, you can't, I always say this, you can't take away from what Tesla was capable of, but you can say maybe he had to do a lot of these experiments very much on the down low because he had a partner, and you got to be careful. But we do know there is evidence that he was working on different things that did do strange, anomalous effects. So is it possible? Well, anything's possible because we don't know exactly what technology he had at that point. We don't know exactly what he knew at that point. We just know he had a brain that was capable of thinking in ways most of us cannot. On the other side of that, could it have been, we have to look at the thought, could it have been a UFO? Could it have been an object intelligently operated that came in? Could it have been a weapon that was being worked on that went backwards? Because if it was a weapon the Russians were working on, or even the Germans,
not a chance. But imagine Germany at that time. Imagine Germany at that time testing a energy weapon or whatever in the middle of Siberia. It's not feasible at back end then.
Here's where I go though with Germany, and because again I know quite a bit of history from that time period, and I always kind of tell people, you know, you look at Germany as a technology developmental country, and during World War II, they kind of had us, excuse the expression, by the balls in many ways when it came to technology and how far they were advancing, how quickly they were advancing. And, you know, I always said it always goes back to an event. There was an event. I was like in 1936, there was an event in the Black Forest in Germany. It was supposedly a UFO event, and supposedly they recovered that craft. Anybody can look that up. That is information available easily. That there was this event covered. All after that, we had the Bell design. We had all these innovative technologies suddenly starting to come out of Germany, and very advanced. So it's a very short window, like itty bitty window for that technology to have gone from Orville and Wilbur Wright, you know, basically flapping their arms and trying to get airborne, to what Germany was producing in World War II. Okay, that's only like a 25, 30-year window, if that. Think about that on the chronology
with massive inflation and political instability. Yep. Yeah, it is quite impressive.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll give them that.
And then you've also got the fact that Germany was very much into looking for very ancient objects. And all of these objects had certain, I guess you could say, aspects to them that made you, if you're an intelligent person and you're looking at, like, I love the Ark of the Covenant. I love looking at the Ark of the Covenant and actually examining how it's built and what it was supposedly built with and what the effects of the Ark supposedly were. Because it is built like a little thermonuclear reactor. And if you actually look at the fact that it was covered in gold, well, gold is what? A conductor. So, and people died of what I would call radiation poisoning if they were exposed to it. So it's one of those things where you have to think and say, well, maybe they were playing, maybe somebody found some ancient technology and they were playing with it. You
Plus
don't
the rings
know.
that you got to poke something that isn't a conductor and to carry it.
Back after this.
We got a little bit of a break coming up, so everybody hold on tight and we will be back. That was getting pretty
we went up
Yeah, I saw that was.
That was pretty.
We're on a break.
Well, we have more time,
yeah.
Roger. But
we're going to run out of time on this one, and
it's getting pretty close.
Go ahead, everybody, while we're doing this break, and we can, just go ahead and hang up, everybody, and once everybody else hangs up, I'll hang up and then recall.
Okay. Okay, give us a second and we will be back on here in a second, guys. There we go. That was
interesting how a game developer is a complete noob when it comes to like things like this, right?
You guys are really doing a great freaking conversation piece here. I mean,
hey,
it's
all right. Back. And I do want to say one thing. Russia itself might not have had the money, but like all the other parts of the things that go on, guess what? The Vatican could have sent money and been doing experiments too. So think about that. So because all wars, start somewhere in there, and any kind of like, oh, if you had something like that, maybe it'll bring people to God.
Well, Vatican funded CERN.
Oh,
So,
Vatican could
Who
definitely
funded
do
CERN?
that.
There
I
you go.
see Vatican pulling off thing like that for sure.
And
well,
they have their secrets too.
I was just gonna say they sat on the vault. The vault had like all Da Vinci's, everything, anything that was considered heresy, which is basically anything that could make money, is locked up in the Vatican vaults historically.
All money
Vatican
comes and goes. All money comes and goes through the Vatican because it's part of their system.
And
All
at
those
that time, they had a
papables,
lot
too.
of power.
Yeah,
still
even more, even more so around that time, because the popes and the religious leaders at the times, yeah, they had a lot of power compared to what we see now. Now they do more stuff in secret, and not up front. Back then, people couldn't go out with a cell phone and take a picture of things.
All their rules, all their stamps, their papables that they made up in the, way back 1300s before then, all in them vaults still.
Yeah, and I'm not saying anything against, the religion. I'm just saying,
Indeed.
there's a
Just what's in the
governing
vaults.
body. The governing body. All right.
See, in this next part coming up, man, this is where I want to dig deeper on the blue beam thing. We opened up with Tesla and stuff, but this is where I want to start talking about HAARP. I want to talk about ionosphere, the ionosphere, okay? And
all the weird stuff going on right now as far as the ionosphere.
Yeah, well, especially with this aurora borealis thing you guys were talking about. That's a very, very significant part of it that nobody really likes to talk about. We hear people talking about weather and all that stuff.
Modification, yeah.
You know.
Oh, Nancy, real quick, check your microphone to make sure it's not on auto adjust, because while you were talking before, it seemed like you would lose sound and then it would come right back up again, I guess, when you got onto it.
Okay, so let me key in on a little ancient Chinese doggy secret. My puppy chewed on the top of my microphone this afternoon. So I have a microphone in front of my mouth that's got all sorts of little bite marks in it. So we didn't have time to replace it before we went on air. So I'm like, okay, it works.
I don't think that's it. It doesn't sound like that's the problem. It sounds like you have the auto. When
look.
Teams when you update it or whatever, it's reset itself to auto adjust.
Okay.
Excellent. So
that happens.
So what do you think so far, Juba? You like this?
Oh, I love you guys.
There, see,
you're amazing.
Everybody says that too. It's
Now Roger's going to bring in Mr. Robot next week to be on.
Yeah, he won't do it. You can't get him on Microsoft.
I met Mr. Robot.
Yes, Jiva, I believe did meet Mr. Robot, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yes. Now he actually impressed Mr. Robot, dude. Just to let everybody know. Like
I'm impressed, Mr. Robot, because he doesn't use Microsoft.
Jiva.
Nancy, another thing too, have Raph take a look at what John put in his Minds.
Hold on, dog.
He posted on Minds, okay, for tomorrow's show, if he can come on tomorrow.
But see, on the brighter side.
Sorry, my dog's.
On the brighter side, we're causing Mr. Robot to drool at the mouth because he has to listen to us. And every time he does, he comes on chat and he puts a lot of cool stuff in chat. And I just ignore him because that's my money.
Yeah, I do too.
From me to Mr. Robot, you are perfect because
I like that guy.
Well,
my co-host will tell you how much I hate Microsoft. So I am very much in awe of you.
I'm with you. I use Microsoft, but I hate Microsoft.
Yep.
You would be actually astounded what I'm done to my like operating system, the way I do things. Well, I'm an IT guy in my actual profession, so everything is stripped down to the bare minimum, basically.
Yep.
It's
Actually,
yeah.
I run three different. I have an Alienware system. I do IT. I don't do IT. I do cybersecurity. So I actually have my system stripped into 4 different partitions. So I can run with the rest of the world. That's the one I'm on right now. I've got
Wait. So you're doing cybersecurity?
Yes.
It's like your.
That's my profession. I'm actually a certified ethical hacker. I'm a certified industry professional, and I am a OC
my
level
God.
Anyways, MC, do me a big favor and give shout outs to everybody over in D Live for us. I know you're in the D Live chat. If you would please, there's so many of them over there, and I know you know most of them.
Yeah.
And I can't
we
pronounce
got
all
about
their names.
16 over here. AMF, what's happening, brother man? Svetlana in the house. Let's see, who else do we got here? Didgeridoo in the house. Everybody over here. CDXX, T Luke. What's happening, T Luke? Good to see you, brother. And thank you, everybody, for stopping in at D Live. Yes.
Along with Angry Mouthy Freak or whoever
Yeah,
that is.
awesome. Awesome. I love
That's
it.
AMF. Yeah,
I
that's
love
my
it.
boy,
AMF?
man.
All right.
I know him for years. He's a great
All
dude.
right.
That
you
is
guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys. And T Luke is still in there too, I believe.
MC, next time you say his name, you say Angry Mouthing. Just say the full name, dude. That is just awesome as heck, dude.
Boy, I'm forgetting what it is now. What is it? Angry Mouthy Freak? Yeah, that's right.
That
Angry
is
Mouthy
awesome.
Freak.
Anyways,
he rides a motorcycle. He tattooed.
You about ready there, Roger?
Yes, I am. Do the countdown. Let's
Okay,
do it.
because we got 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody. Oh, and you all die and get real super quiet. You know.
Well, you said 30 seconds.
But that doesn't mean anything. Come on.
Okay,
You know, I'm just letting you know that's a warning.
Well, I get scared when I hear 30 seconds.
Now, when I say this is your countdown, like right now, this is your countdown. 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Imagine beams of energy from Earth into the sky, bending particles, altering winds, even producing pulses like those seen in Tunguska. Could the human hand have met the forces of nature here? Now, whenever we talk about this stuff, what the most important thing for us to discuss is HAARP. Now, when we've been talking Tunguska, now we move on to HAARP. HAARP's high-frequency array in Alaska can beam energy into the ionosphere, heating it up and bending radio waves. While this is done for communication and research, the parallels of Tesla's ambitions are striking. In theory, if energy is focused enough, the sky itself could amplify these waves, creating disturbances far beyond what the experiments intend. With that, I want to open the discussion up to the panel, and I want to start it up with asking you guys what your thoughts are on how energy propagates through the ionosphere, for one, and then I also want to see what your thoughts are on natural versus artificial atmospheric phenomenons, as well as historical speculations that we've been having about Tesla and Tunguska, you know. But I do want to bring up more on HAARP now, and with that, I want to kind of get into what Nancy has been discussing, or trying to discuss on her show, about Operation Bluebeam. And with that, I want to have Nancy kind of give a little bit on that one.
Do you want me to start with Bluebeam or HAARP?
With what your thoughts are, especially on Bluebeam or HAARP, in concerns with Bluebeam, especially when it comes to like Aurora Borealis, which was what you guys were discussing just a little while ago. And like with HAARP,
Well, okay? So first question you have to ask is, are your listeners familiar with Bluebeam and Serge Manasse and the entire supposed government project that's been apparent from what he told us was going on since the 70s? Now, Bluebeam is supposedly a master plan. And when I say master plan, I mean it's something that the blueprints of this were drawn up in the late 60s into the early 70s and added to and worked on, and were supposed to be executed by no later than 2030. And this is written, these are documents that Mr. Manasse actually presented to people in the 1990s. And honestly, he did lose his life over this. So it's one of those things, it's like Phil Schneider. When somebody comes out with information like this, and it's very fantastical, I have to tell you, at that time when it was released, because I remember when this was circulating, to give you all a background, I've been doing conspiracy type radio for a very long time, but I've been involved in this conspiracy community for a very long time. And Bluebeam is supposedly a holographic, I guess you could say, event that's going to be exhibited upon the entire planet. So no matter where you're at, you're going to be exposed to this holographic event. And depending on where you're at, it's going to be 100% structured to your area, your culture. And the targeting is religion. So supposedly we're going to be visited by an alien craft. Okay, this is the storyline that we've been told. It will be an alien visitation. The craft will be tremendous in size. There will be more than one. There are going to be visitors within these crafts, our greatest religious icons, Jesus, Muhammad, all of these people, I mean, Buddha, the people or the religious icons that have, or the deities that have run cultures for hundreds, if not thousands of years. And they're going to basically give us a message that tells us that they're all one. And we need to all conform under the one religion, the one belief, the one order of the world. Okay, that is Bluebeam. And again, very fantastical in the 90s. People were like, oh, come on, that's crazy. Nobody has that kind of technology. Nobody could even hope to have that kind of technology. Well, yeah, we actually did, even in the 90s, have that kind of holographic technology. And that's what people don't understand. We've had holographic technology at a minimal since the 1940s, easily. Moving into the 90s, they already had, especially the military aspects of things, had already refined it to a means that we can't really grasp. Because when we think of holographic, we think of what Hollywood shows us. Okay, it shows us these digitized images that, you can put your hand through and you could, you definitely know it's not real. If anything, you'd say it was a ghost or this, or, if you weren't exposed to it before, you would go to supernatural realms rather than say that's an actual person. These technologies have refined to the point where you could be having a conversation with somebody in front of you, swear to God that they're actually a person, and it's not. It's a hologram. Now, take that on top of the satellite arrays that we have, okay? Now, and I'm not, SpaceX added to it. I mean, we are literally there's a net around the entire planet of satellites that are capable of transmitting to each other as well as to the planet. We have multiple facilities on the planet that could be, in fact, the 5G towers is, when they started going up, I started saying, that's when I actually, on my show, started saying, guys, a little uncomfortable here, because that would allow for a really great relay for Bluebeam technology. Absolutely. They're setting something up. Not sure what yet, but they're setting something up. Then we have, of course, HAARP. Now, HAARP has been going for a long time. What does HAARP do? HAARP manipulates the atmosphere in a huge way. It allows for conductivity. It allows for the excitement of ions. It can control weather, but it can do more than that. It can displace things. It can cause seismic reactions, which, by the way, that is also part of Bluebeam, seismic activity. And all of this, again, goes back to religion, because they're using your religious values against you. Now, we have this 3-eye atlas that has been discovered and is, rocking and
coming at us at light speed, literally. And there's so many things that come out every day. I kind of laugh because I get updates every day on this object. And every day it's something new, fantastical thing about it. Oh, it's got metallic pieces to it that are not natural. Really, you can see that at that distance because honest to God, you couldn't find a plane that went down and, you know, that Malaysian Airlines plane. Yep, you still haven't found it, but you can see the metallic on this. Okay, I'm cool. I'm on board. Yep, got it. It's firing out from the front rather than the back. So in other words, they were trying to say it's a comet. Well, tail's in the wrong spot. For some reason, excuse the language, folks, the ass is in the face of the comet. That makes great sense. It works, really. Then you had the trajectory, which no way, it's natural. If you're believing the commentary that you're being told, because again, this is my problem with populations. We are subject to the commentary. You know, you are subject to whatever commentary they want to tell you. So we're getting these updates and we're being told this is not natural. And you've actually got a Harvard scientist basically saying, panic, 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 stirring people up. Now, supposedly this thing is supposed to be here by early November. Okay. And look at everything else that's going on in the world right now. You have got major upheaval. Forget what happened with Charlie Kirk in the United States, which is, you know, pretty much got people at each other's throats over here. And, you know, they're talking civil war, although good luck with that. But again, it's not just here. France, you had a complete, pretty much tossover of government in France in the last week. All this going on. Nepal, you had Nepal's entire government pretty much burned at the stake. Don't talk about that very much. You had Qatar hit by Israel. You know, again, instigating. You've got Russia supposedly making moves on Poland. But in the interim, you had Ukraine hitting Russia with drones. So all this activity is going, all this chaos, which again, by the way, was part of Blue Beam. If you read the Blue Beam plan, the world was gonna be stirred into this crazy chaos before this alien ship came in, but none of it was real. None of it was real. It was literally to fool and call the population. So yeah, is it scary? Is HAARP utilized with this? Well, yeah, HAARP is a vast network. And you forget, this is another thing where once again, you know, and yeah, you can call me the most distrustful person of any technology or government on the planet because I am. And I have good reason to be. The fact is, you know, they told us for years HAARP didn't exist. Oh, and then it was, oh, it's a collegiate program. Really? Oh, that's a really well-funded collegiate program. Okay. And then it was, well, no, these facilities aren't HAARP. Oh, wait, HAARP's been shut down. No, it didn't exist, but we shut it down. Okay, thank you for that. And then suddenly it's not shut down. And it's just, there's so much that doesn't make any sense. Then you involve NexRad radar, which is the newer levels of HAARP. They're using NexRad, they're using microwave, they're using all these frequencies that don't just stir up the atmosphere, they stir up the planet. I mean, you cannot use these frequencies and not have seismic reaction from it. You cannot use these, and if you have seismic reaction, you're going to have volcanic reaction. Sorry, that's just the way it works. They go in sync. Not beyond that, you have human reaction to it. Why? Because humans react to these frequencies, whether we like it or not. It's part of our anatomy. We have magnetite in our brains. We are going to react to these frequencies. We were a migratory species at one point. So yes, are they setting us up for a blue beam? Oh, yeah. And especially now, because again, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, what has that done? That has stirred up religious fervor in the United States. You know, the one place where they were trying to drill the religion at everybody. Nope. Now you have drilled it right back in again, and unfortunately to an extremist level. Overseas, you've got the war between Israel and everybody else. That is a religious war. Is it or is it not? I mean, it is religion. That is what's fueling all of this. So what better time to try a last-ditch effort attempt for the powers that be that have controlled us for thousands of years to try to keep their control? Because that's also the other thing with Blue Beam. Blue Beam was supposed to be basically that last push by the powers that be to control everything, to get everybody united under one banner, call the people that don't want to cooperate and basically keep us as a nice, controllable population. And you see it in so many different, I've said that, you've seen so many moves over the last couple of decades to try to bring the population levels down. And it always cracks me up because people say, we're overpopulated. The planet's overpopulated. It can't handle it. And I'm, again, guys, I've lived in the United States for a long time. And yeah, our cities are stacking packs. They are crowded. And it is, I hate the cities. It is nasty. But I will also tell you, I have traveled this country by road. And I love doing that. And there are I can tell you, you go through Texas, drive through the state of Texas. You'll go for hours and hours and hours looking at nothing but trees
or
New
Mexico or Arizona. Yep.
Even Colorado. You get
much space.
Florida, you drive through swamps for hours, nothing. And then you literally think as you're going through these swamps, God, please don't let me break down. Please, for the love of everything, I do not want to break down out here because we're talking the hills have eyes. Oh, this is not a place I want.
Good video game.
But it's true. Most of our populations in
Plus, you
every
got gators and all that stuff
snakes.
that's going to rip you apart at night. Oh, golly. Yeah, water moccasins where if you don't get to a hospital in 15 minutes, you could be dead.
Gators,
Don't forget about big cats, too.
In fact, I pushed a video the other day about a wild boar that got into somebody's house in Central Florida.
Yeah.
It just walked right in. And it was a
that.
giant sow. I mean, she was huge. And it's like a 400-pound boar. And those things are beyond vicious. Yeah,
if they charge you, you're done.
Yep.
Yeah, they're worse than other animals. Yeah, they're really
what I'm
bad.
saying is, again, we've been lied to. You're being lied to. Most of the population is on the sea border areas of any country. People stay towards the water. I mean, even New York City is literally, Jason and I were talking about on the last show with 9/11, the fact that the seawall is right underneath where the towers are, because that area is it's below sea level. New Orleans, the party city of the country, it's in a giant basin. The whole freaking city is below sea level. I mean, these are our mass population areas. Why? And don't say it's for agriculture, because truly we have plenty of agricultural land there's nobody on it growing anything. It's just there.
The island of Manhattan sports the most expensive real estate in the world, I'm pretty sure. I know in the United States.
But New York City also got a large agricultural area, especially in the north.
New York City? Maybe Central Park.
Oh,
New York State.
New York State. New York State.
Long Island.
Yes. Upper state is agricultural. You have a lot of apple orchards and everything in upstate New York. It's actually quite beautiful. Upstate is really pretty. But you still have
I've been to Blue Mountain and it was great.
Now, one thing I do want to ask you guys is when it comes to HAARP, though, when it comes to propagating energy propagation, basically, does anybody know exactly how HAARP is supposed to do that with the ionosphere?
Well, the problem being
I could tell you. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go, Jason, because I was going to say HAARP releases little tidbits, but just like anything else that is running under a national security type situation, you're not getting anywhere close to the information you need. A lot of what is found out is basically because they've moved a lot of their relays into populated areas. So people are questioning. Go ahead.
A lot of people think also that when they hear the word HAARP, they think of Alaska, and that's all they think of. But that's not the only. That's where their main headquarters is. But they have one in Puerto Rico. They have other stations. But other than that, they have like pontoons that float with little mini HAARP stations. They look like, the Epcot Center thing. That's just to protect. That's just to protect the equipment.
And 2. Yep. And then don't forget, back when I was in Panama, stationed in Panama, 89, 87 to 91, 92. There were 127 of those HAARP places, not
the
just
pontoon
Alaska.
floating ones.
And of course, that was just some of the ones that they told us. So, in how many, other countries have their own thing? Or is it ran by the Vatican under the table?
Well, you can go online and search for images of these things, and they'll show you image after image after image of the mini HAARPs floating around on these two pontoons, and they go all over the whole world, these mini HAARP stations. I guess they can follow hurricanes, etc. I mean, they go all in the salt water wherever they can and want to go. So.
Well, they also have their stationaries. I mean, because Antarctica is littered with it. I mean, HAARP is all over Antarctica, and I mean, little stationary bases. And it's like, then you also have to, like I said, you have to look at. I always say, as above, so below. Such a telling expression, because it works in so many ways. It's not.
But you got
just
the one in Puerto Rico too, where so many hurricanes start right in Hurricane Alley there. So you got one in a hot, desolate, hurricane-producing area. Then you've got one in one of the coldest regions in the world, right sitting smack dab next to Russia.
Well,
okay, so hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We've got 1 minute.
Next to me in Fort Hood.
What
are you talking about?
We've got 1 minute before before break. So everybody hold those thoughts, and we will be right back with more. So let's go on the break, and then we'll come back and do it.
All right, we're on radio break.
Okay.
Roger, you're just kicking ass, man.
Yeah, just say
tonight.
And now it's time for radio break. That's all you have to say, and boom, I'll go right into it.
I think he was trying to elongate it to get it to the, because I do that too. You try to fill that minute.
Yeah, you don't have to. Don't worry about filling that minute.
I was waiting for communications between Mark Witashik and Dave Capione, but those two are in their own areas. You know what I mean?
We're having flashbacks of the original, but anyways, that's right.
Dave's on time, dude. I seen that 1 minute, and I'm like, bam! I'm on it, dude. I was like a wolf.
Yeah, if Dave puts a timer in there, you better be on it.
Be on it.
He don't play around. He's the assistant executive producer of the show.
Got that right. I'm the one that writes in the minutes.
That's right.
Now I got an important question to ask Jiva, and that is, have we scared you yet? Is your scientific?
I'm not that easily scared.
Well, I know that.
It's funny too, because I do want to talk about Arecibo, Roger, because Arecibo plays into a lot of this, and Arecibo is the one place that got the signals, the two sets of signals now that we are aware of that came from supposedly deep space.
Yeah, but didn't that thing collapse?
It did collapse, but there's a whole facility underneath it.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, if I wasn't being such a cool,
I guarantee you, what we see isn't all that's what's up. They probably spread all the antennas the whole way around the damn island of Puerto Rico. From San Juan to Ponce and
see, if I wasn't being such a cool host, I would be busting into some David Icke, God, the one world religion, dude, where this is all supposed to create a holographic God that.
Yes.
Well, we're on our last leg, so don't get too deep into something unless that's where you're going to take it the next show.
It's up to what you guys want to do, because I'm here giving it to the panel, and you guys talk about what you want to talk about. Just make sure you're respectful to one another and let each other finish their conversations.
My God, how long has it been since I've been looking for a host to take over the show that has that?
Yeah, but the HAARP didn't get all the publicity till Nick Vegas put out the book "Angels Don't Play This HAARP," and that was in the early '90s. He brought it out.
You start that. You start with that, Dave.
Hold on, Roger. One thing that you guys didn't talk about with HAARP that maybe you can touch on when we come back is the mind control aspect of it.
Oh,
yeah. Yep.
Okay, because that's we already talked. Yeah, we already talked about the weather, and how you can beam stuff up and shoot stuff down and make earthquakes and stuff like that. But it was also speculated about mind control as well, and Jesse Ventura even did a special on that.
Yep,
about that part of it.
If you're going to go that far back, then you're going to have to talk about the CIA and the Cold War, Russia's experiments.
Oh yeah. That whole thing was built during that time, don't you know?
Yeah.
You guys are all troublemakers. That's what I know.
To be honest, it's maybe not a coincidence. And I think Lyndon B. Johnson, told somewhere in the 60s that who controls
was
the
he
weather.
wearing a dress then or not? But anyways, 30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you guys have to remember that's all V2K technology. When you're talking about mind control through frequency, which is what you're talking about, that is all what we call voice to skull or V2K technology. And that's what I was saying. It's been around.
All right, look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Roger, you're live and on the air for the last time on the radio side right now.
Hello, everybody. And now we are back with the final push in the last part of this episode. Now, the thing that I want to mention is this. I want to mention HAARP's high-frequency arrays in Alaska and how they can beam energies into the ionosphere. They can heat it up, and they can bend radio waves. Now, I mentioned this earlier, and I said that they do say that this is for communications and research, okay? But I've also done research on this myself, and I found out through the original patent that was made on HAARP in Texas back in the 1980s that it also has implications of mirroring aurora borealis to where it can create an image of an aurora borealis where it looks like it in every single way, but it's not that. It's just the mirror of one, so I would love to talk about that and open it up and see what your guys' thoughts are on that. So with that, I'm going to open it up to the panel and leave it at that. So go for it, guys.
Well, that's kind of broad. Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, again, you're talking about the ionospheric freaking, I guess you could say, aspect of their facilities and what it is actually capable of. Because I know they say it's conspiratorial when you talk about anything beyond it doing very localized things, because that is the one thing that HAARP always emphasizes about their research. It's very localized and it's very temporary. Does anybody here know how sound actually works, how frequencies actually work? Because every time they say it's very temporary, I start laughing. I can't help it.
Wait, Nancy, I will interrupt you.
Go.
Aurora borealis is not a phenomena that is like strange. But what you cannot do with artificial arrays, I guess, is to create auroras. Why? Especially the size of that we have in Antarctica, right? Why? Because you have to have a lot of energetic photons. You cannot generate those. You would need, like, it's not possible to do for humans inside of Earth. So
to see them in Miami is strange.
But
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I mean, that's a rainbow effect. That's a rainbow effect that you are seeing if you're seeing it.
Well,
Okay,
you,
so
you guys do understand how much power can be generated from the ionosphere itself, right? Like it's just a.
But you,
and
but
harnessed.
Roger, do you think we can mimic solar wind type of energies?
That's kind of the question being asked right there.
Well,
You know what I mean? It's.
You had China who created a fusion unit that literally is hotter than the sun.
Yeah.
So when you ask these questions, are we capable? Oh, we're quite capable. But, and again, I'm going to point out the fact that we have a new type of aurora that's never been seen before that showed up in the last 20 years called Steve. That is actually the name of it. Steve, Steve. Real common name. And if you look at it, it is not normal in any way, shape, or form. And when it first started appearing, I know people shot it down real quick because everybody was saying, is that natural? Because it's not normal. And the normal, even what we're seeing now, the colors of the aurora are not, they're different. They're much stronger, number one. They're much brighter than they've ever been. And the aurora is showing up in colors it should not be able to.
But then expanding on that thought, that then they should, whatever energy is beamed, it has to be done through from space. You cannot do this internally from Earth.
Space. Supposedly, Ronald Reagan put a bunch of Star Wars freaking objects up in
Oh,
space.
you believe that? Do you really believe that?
I think it wasn't. I don't think it was nuclear warheads, but I think we have had things in space for a very long time.
I
the
mean,
Black Knight. We don't even know what that is.
Do you think they honored their agreements though?
No, I don't think anybody honors their agreements. Are you kidding me?
Well, a lot of the Star Wars did go through because remember a large influence in that and under Thatcher. So we saw well, we've got records of what we agreed with the US in relation to the Star Wars project.
I mean, you guys forget my dad. That's, I told y'all he was a DoD contractor and he worked on the microchips for the space shuttle program. So NASA was part of my life. The Air Force was part of my life.
Well, now
that was the one thing.
I wonder
Reagan,
what's that all about.
That's right near me. In fact, it's very interesting because, Mark, just as a reference, John Bell sent me a video the other day of something he caught in his backyard. And I could probably post it into the chat. But there's a lot of activity where I live in the skies because we have the Space Force headquarters pretty much directly across from us, between us and NASA. And we can see the NASA launches from.
That was the one thing that Reagan wouldn't back down on when he and I guess it was Putin, whoever was in there, Gorbachev, I don't know who it was, but when we were talking about nuclear proliferation, and apparently we were this close to getting rid of like 80, however many % of our missiles, it was Reagan saying, no, we're keeping our work with the Star Wars program, that broke the back of that whole deal. I mean, he really believed in it, as far as I understand. I didn't know anything about a deal or whatever.
Well, it was interesting because with Reagan, if you notice, he was kind of like Donald Trump. And when Donald Trump came into office, there were all these things that a lot of people have been asking for, and we still haven't seen. And I'm going to make note of that. And I'm a fan of Donald Trump, but I'm still going to say, we wanted to see an audit of our gold reserves. Still haven't seen that. We wanted.
Yeah, whatever happened to that? He hasn't even talked about it.
Because I'm pretty sure there are no gold reserves. I'm just going to be very honest with you. But I mean, we can't even give Germany back their gold. Hello. But I mean, there are things that, like when Reagan first came into office, he was gung ho. He was the guy that figured out the Iran hostage situation. Right? He was on fire. Then he gets almost assassinated. And literally right after that, everything he was working on kind of altered. It was really strange. Not really.
Baby Bush took over is what happened. That's why he got out in 4 years. He didn't even want an extra 4 years. I'm sorry, not Baby Bush, Papa Bush.
Yeah.
Poppy Bush. He didn't even want an extra 4 years because he was in there for 6 years de facto under Reagan and then another 4 years as his own president.
And it was funny because, I'm going to point out the nicknames of both Bush and Bush Sr. when they were Skull and Bones, which was Gog and Magog. And if you go look those up, you're going to be a little disturbed by what they are. And that's not, again, that is not conspiracy. That is a matter of record. So it's matter, there's a lot of functioning parts here that were not being shown, and a lot of secrecy that is still to this day holding true. But I say to everybody, I see everything that's happening right now. You're seeing the acceleration of, and the interjection of NexRad radar into HAARP. And NexRad is another thing that can do very much the same thing that the facilities up in Alaska can do. NexRad, that's why we're seeing the donut formations with storms now. You're seeing these weird donut formations before the storms form on the radars. And, the meteorologists are at a loss. No, you're not. They can't say it on air. These are not natural things. They're not. The aurora is not been natural. Whatever is going on, and I know they keep saying, well, the solar storms, and I know right now, very interestingly enough, we have a gigantic hole in the sun that has just rotated back into view, that it's been there since February. And this is unheard of. The coronal holes in the sun, they come, they go, they expand, they contract. They don't keep expanding and stay there, which is what's happened with this hole. And I will tell you guys, if your electronics over the next couple of days, especially like Tuesday this week, start really going nuts, it's because we have a huge solar wind coming in at us. And honestly, again, you have to base this all on whether or not it's true. I always preface that because, like I said, we're only as good as the information we're given. Do they have the abilities to mock these things, to actually do this and make everybody believe? Yeah, they do. And to think they don't, that's where they've got us, because we're educated to believe they cannot do these things.
What is the end goal? What is the end goal?
Confusion, chaos, so they can literally compress the population so it's controllable again.
But then think about
a one world government. That's the official, that's the basis of it. A one world government. That's the end goal.
I agree with Nancy and you, Jason, but we have two new players basically, which is China and Russia. Do you think they are just lay low?
No, I think China.
Oh no,
and Russia
they'll be part of the one world government.
You think so, Jason?
Now,
right?
see, this is something that I actually wanted to emphasize, because this is very important. It's not just a one world government; it's a one world religion.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
with Blue Beam and the technology that HAARP can provide, they can create a simulated God that will come down out of the heavens and say, I am here to deliver you from all your pain, and everybody will follow blindly. That's what the whole concept is about.
Right, because they have simple stupefied everybody again.
Right.
But my thing is that I think what you're seeing right now, all these things going on in the background, I think you're seeing a pushback. And this is my thing. I don't think Putin is in on the whole one world thing. I do not. I really do not. I really wish I could say that, because strategically speaking and geographically speaking, we should be very concerned about Russia, but I don't see it that way. I'm like, I just think he's smarter than that. I think he doesn't want his people subjugated to that. And I don't think Xi Jinping is on board. I think China is on board. But I always tell people, there's a big difference between Xi Jinping and China. You've got two different factions within China. You got the CCP, and then you've got the other side. I said, in the CCP, that's communism. And they have controlled everything for a long time.
But we are talking about 1/3 of a nation with 1.5 billion people that are communists. Well, not communists, in the party, basically, are supporters directly. So we are talking a population larger than United States and Canada combined.
Correct. But mostly what? Dirt poor. And not easy to actually make. That's why everybody's gone to drones. That's why everything's gone technical in the battle.
True.
That's why
True.
I always say to people, this war will not be fought by soldiers. It's
That
not
then
being.
you know it
It's
doesn't
not
matter if
announced.
they're dirt poor. Now they can just throw 100 crappy drones and 2 of them will hit.
And they've already tried to call it several times.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Nancy. Russia's been chucking troops at the. Russia's still been using the old World War II tactics of sending wave in after wave in after wave in troops,
Yes,
especially
you know why?
during the early days.
But do you know
Of
why?
the war.
Because as an old
and also why they've got North Korea involved, because there are more troops to throw.
No, it's kind of why our nuclear arsenals are still running off technology from the 1990s. As an old hack, I can tell you why. Because it's not penetrable. It's not penetrable. These young people cannot penetrate that type. It's because it's too old.
My point was that Ukraine has been playing clever because they've been with the support of Britain, the EU, the US, and all the related countries. Because they've been getting financial support, they've been clever and been using drones. And but as far as Russia's concerned, they're still using relatively now old school sort of military tactics.
Yeah. Well, why would you throw your really advanced stuff at Ukraine where Ukraine can reverse the technology? You wouldn't. I'm telling you, if Russia wanted to crush Ukraine, they would have crushed them years ago.
Yeah, agreed.
Honestly. There's no, and they're not. I don't know why people keep thinking Ukraine is winning this war. They are not. They are not.
There are people that think that in the first place.
Yes, they're over
That's
here
what I
in the
was just
States.
thinking. Who thinks that? Who thinks that? I was just wondering.
Do our guys think about it? Does our Congress or does our Congress not always want to throw money at Ukraine because they're winning? Is that not what they push at the
But
population?
I don't think they honestly believe that we're winning, that Ukraine's winning. They put on a front. That's their official narrative.
What annoys me?
Well, guys, come on. Let's stay on task. I mean, I really love having political discourse just as much as anybody else, but you know, I really don't want this to turn into a political debate. You know what I mean, about who's got more power than what and things like that.
Oh no, I was just with Jiva. I was wondering who believed that.
You know,
it's the fact is that you have a swelling from a different end right now, and if you're really watching world events, you can see it.
This is
very
a
strange
big,
things
massive
happening.
conspiracy theory. Which,
yes.
Yes,
it is.
I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of agree, but also, like, I'm usually a cynic, so
you have
I
to
don't
be
know.
because.
Do you think, Nancy and Jason and everybody, do you think that COVID was like a test run, part of the plan kind of thing?
Yes.
Well, yeah, there's something called Event 201 where they actually had a plan, a drill for it. People went home with little stuffed animal plushies that looked like the coronavirus. This was in October of 2019. It sounds funny, Mark, but they really did. Check out hashtag Event 201. And it's a trip. It really is.
That's why the United States is getting ready to issue a warrant for Anthony Fauci, because we have the connection.
Why do you think the UN pandemic treaty is being pushed so hard? Why countries like Britain have already signed up to it?
Yep.
Yeah.
The United States didn't. Thank God Trump got back into office, because we would have been right under that too. But
who's the
didn't Biden?
Well, the thing that got me was like the World Health Organization right after the elections, they just immediately dropped all of their pressure that they were putting on all these countries. Like they were wanting to. Well, the one thing. Well, they backed out of a lot of their agreements that they had. Like maybe.
Well, yeah.
Well, the WHO though was funded mainly by who? Us.
Yeah.
I know it sounded really funny, but the United States did a lot of the funding there, and we did
Still
it.
is.
Why? Because it was our bioweapons.
Yeah.
And I've said that. I'm going to blame anybody for COVID. It's not China.
Yeah.
China, we just used their labs. It was us. It was the United States. It was Canada. It was a U.S. bioweapon.
But the thing that baffles me is why China agreed in the first place. That's why I was skeptical at the Wuhan lab leak, because I was like, how China is on board with this? But it kind of makes sense if you think about it, because they were trying to cover it up with United States, which makes sense now.
China has not been our enemy since Obama was in office. And I keep saying that people forget when we had that major housing meltdown in 2006, 2007, and we had the stimulus and the omnibus in 2008, which were the massive bills passed to bail out these companies that got us in trouble. It was China that backed that financially.
So do you think programs like HAARP could be shared as well in the same manner?
Why do you think they did nothing about the balloons that were floating around the country? We had spy balloons from China floating around the continental United States, and they did nothing about it.
But hey, United States
Russia has
freaked
their
out
own
about
HAARP
balloons.
system, don't they?
Well, we seen them freaking out though, Jiva. But you know what actually was taking place and what.
I mean, true.
Well,
yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like that could have all been just a big staging for the masses, so that everybody knows how concerned the United States is because those foreign balloons were somewhere they weren't supposed to be. You know what I mean? So it could have all just been an act. I mean,
I always said that it's a movie.
Yeah.
We are shown
that was like their version of the drones.
Oh yeah,
it was entertaining. Not gonna lie, it was entertaining.
Yeah,
actually, the balloons remind me of something that happened in Germany in '78. If anybody knows, there was a European pop song called "99 Red Balloons" back in '82, and it was all about an incident during the Cold War when East and West Germany was split. In East Germany, there was a fair or something, and there was a load of balloons let off, and they all floated over the wall. And the rest, the East, the opposite side, actually considered that it was a coming up to, I don't know, nuclear war or something because of these balloons.
That's something else.
But again, we're taught, like I said, perception is everything. It's what builds societies. And when you can control a narrative and a perception, I've always said you don't know who your friends are, you don't know who your enemies are, because you don't know what backdoor deals have been done. You don't know. People don't know in the United States that part of the entire exchange with China was to put most of the mortgages held through the banking system in the United States in hock to China. You know, they're not clearly thinking, oh, China's the enemy. Really? Then why did George Bush Sr. have, maximized investments in China? Why did Hillary Clinton have maximized investments in China? You know,
Xi Jinping went to school over here in the U.S. He's Western trained.
Correct.
To be fair, all of those elites, especially in political field, are jerking off each other like for decades.
See, we know the party's getting good whenever somebody says jerking off. So we have 2 minutes left, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to wrap this up. So we are going to have to start asking for socials. Now, before we get on to the legends of the Cafe Enigma, we're going to start with the new guy. We're going to ask you, Jiva, if you would like to give us your socials so that people could find out how to reach you.
Well, I'm actually antisocial. I don't use social. But I do games. I make games. So I suggest you play games. They are weird and fun. So you're into that, you can check me out at jivapera.itch.io.
Okay. Yeah.
Got some cool stuff there.
Yes, and he does, just to let you guys know. Okay, what about you, Nancy? Give us your socials.
You guys can find me on Facebook. I'm under Nancy Planeta. My name is really phonetic. It's Planet with an A on the end. Also, Wiccan Vixen will pull me up. Telegram, I am Wiccan Vixen. I'm in multiple channels. I actually run multiple channels equaling out to several thousand people. On X, you can find me as Rider on the Storm. Been on X for quite a long time. And like I said, you can always find me here on Teams in Vixen.
Okay. And now you, Jason, MC Dirty Work.
All right. You can find me at BitChute, Instagram, DLive, Rumble, or YouTube under MC_Dirty Work. That's MC_Dirty Work. And that's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. live at DLive every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, Dave Capione.
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook under David Champ, and you can also look on Amazon.com under my real name, David Campione, for my book, a little manual of the UFO Space Identification Manual with beautiful color photographs that were taken in the 60s of up close of flying saucers, and none of this crap that we've been seeing for the past 50 years.
And you finally, Mark Edworthy. Let everybody know how to find you.
Just one platform, and that's minds.com under the username Medworthy.
And give us your socials, Sonia Galactic.
You can find me at my website under the contact. It's galacticfire.com, TEC instead of TIC.
All right, and you can find me everywhere. So just look on the internet and look for Roger Hanson or Gaming with Infamous or Infamous OG 1973. And with that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for being here with us on the panel. You guys are amazing. This was an awesome topic, and I would like to also thank everybody for watching. Now, before we go, I want to do a final wrap-up and also kind of give you guys a little thing to think about, okay, when it comes to this. When we have these discussions, it needs to be understood that there are a lot of insight that goes into this. People aren't just talking off the top of their heads. This is stuff that they've been discussing for years. So take that into consideration, do the research for yourself, most important, so remember that. That's something that's very important. Learn for yourself and don't let anybody else tell you what to think. So with that, I'm going to end this. I believe we are still going, aren't we? Mark?
Nope. Okay. We are out of here on the radio side, and we're going to lose connection here any second.
Okay.
So that's why I was like, hurry up,
hand.
get, wrap it up, When we do, I am going to call us back on the same deal. And if everybody wants to hang up now, go ahead, and then I'll give you guys a call. And I'll still be here. And you keep it going for after show. And then I will edit while we do the after show.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Go ahead and hang up, and then I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right.
A couple seconds, I should say.
Okay, so we are getting ready to go into a good after show. That was very, very enjoyable. I did like that one. So I hope you guys did enjoy it. And now we are getting ready to do our after show. I hope you continue listening. And if you have any comments, feel free to make them so that we can share them with anybody who is actually watching.
All right, Roger.
Oh yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Man, you guys.
Everybody, let me get us back up on OBS so that folks can see us.
You guys are amazing. That was actually really, really good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Sure was. All right. And I got that all cleaned and cleared out. I am going to edit. Keep it going, guys, while I do that. Want to tell us a little bit about your plans for next week?
Yeah, actually, next week is going to be really, really good because what I want to do is I want to go off of the first episode of In Search Of. It's called Other Voices. And that one is really, really interesting because Mark in the last episode wanted me to think of doing a video series. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the video series In Search Of Thanatos, I believe is what I called it. Thanatos, wasn't it?
No.
Or Thanatron. Thanatron. That was it.
Thanatron?
Something
Who the hell's
like that.
Thanatron?
We should do Metatron.
Well,
Metatron would be so
this is going to be
At least he's not doing Megatron.
This is going to be really, really good though, because like we just covered HAARP and we just covered the Siberian the episode was called the Siberian Fireball.
I feel like I need to do my research before I do things like this.
I am gonna cut us off a few platforms. Goodbye, Facebook.
Now, if you want to do research,
Goodbye, Telegram.
Go check out the first episode of In Search Of with Leonard Nimoy and watch it. You will love that video. Or first of all, you'll love that episode. Period.
Goodbye, party.
That is just awesome. That.
Yeah.
They could.
Huh? Roger, when you dropped me the
Twitch.
link, we're going to talk about Tunguska, like whatever. I was like, okay, sure, whatnot. But you guys were all in.
Goodbye, YouTube.
I love it.
Yes. Well, Nancy's.
Well, the thing is,
especially Nancy, like, where did you get this info from?
She's done it for
I've been
years.
doing it for 30 years. I mean, I'm a person who does not like unanswered questions at all.
Amazing.
As obviously I'm in technology, so I went into cyber security specifically because I like a game. I like playing cat and mouse. I like outthinking people. I like learning. I love learning. So that works for me.
I love it.
But
I love it too as well. But I just cannot keep up with things. It's just maybe that's the thing. They are trying to
that's the thing. You have to
overwhelm me with information.
It's just do your research on your own, find out for yourself, man, because that's where it comes down to. If there's something that even slightly seems unusual to you, check it out. Just check it out. Read, you know.
Oh, and what will happen is Roger is going to take and put out the clip ahead of time so that folks can take a look through it.
Right, and if you want to stay in this group, which I suggest you go.
Yeah, don't leave the group.
Don't
just
leave the group.
End the call.
It's 6 a.m.
Well, no, I mean, like
already
if
screwed.
Yeah, you don't have to answer and be part every time. That's the nice thing about.
Just don't.
But the thing is, we do drop information in these groups. So, like I dropped a huge thing on EMF a couple days ago. We drop informatory things. So if people are in the group and they choose to read it, like I know Mark Edworthy reads it, I know Roger reads it because Roger will always say, "Oh, Mark's gonna flip out when he reads that."
Yeah, he is.
But it's helpful to share the information. And I know you said I feel so uninformed. That's not fair because you have information that we don't have. You have opinions we don't have. That's why I love having Mark Edworthy on because Mark is going to see it from a different aspect than the rest of us,
And
we learn.
he is a skeptic too, so you're not alone.
Yes.
Well,
Can
that's
be,
why
can
I
be.
hope that you are not annoyed by me trying to
No.
push back on points, because like
Not at
No.
all.
No, you actually brought a little flavor into the mix, man, because it's like last night. Okay, I was able to have I was able to get MC on with Summer Todd and them on their show. Okay, and he just blew them out of the water, dude. They had so much fun. You know what I mean? And it was because
I had a really good time too. That was a fun show.
you know. And they'd never heard half of the stuff MC was saying to them, you know what I mean? And it's like, that's what it's all about. Nancy come in here, she just rocked your world, Jiva. You know what I'm saying? And now you got some stuff to talk about. You know what I mean? That's all
Or
it
stuff
is.
to think of.
Right.
I mean, it's funny because like you work on computers, Jiva. I work on computers. This is our life. But did you ever think about all the energy that comes out of the computer? Like I had Mark Edwards freaking out with my EMF information because we're putting that stuff next to our brains.
Oh yeah, especially now with AI and stuff like that.
Yep.
And energy.
Technology.
You're talking AI.
Oh yeah. Don't
Mark's
get.
going to get a little upset.
That's my area. That's my area.
AI, to be fair, it's a whole new can of worms. It's
Mr.
It's really
Edworthy.
good processing. It's really good processing.
That's the closest I came to getting Mr. Edworthy's head to explode. That's it.
Well,
Yeah.
That was
and
it.
we're talking.
Tried to.
I guarantee Mark's been in this for a while. I've been in technology since technology came around. Since computers went into houses.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Last year I celebrated my 30th anniversary being a professional.
see, now I became. Let's see. I've been on computers since 1982, and I told you my dad started me. He brought a computer home. My dad's a government engineer. Brought a system home and basically said, you want to use it, you have to learn how to talk to it. So we had to learn basic, beginner's all-purpose symbolic instructional code.
I said it to Mark. I will say it to you as well. I have like amazing amount of respect for people who do basic Ada, Pascal, that kind of thing. It's just mind blowing to me.
Fortran, Basic, Lotus. I mean,
yeah.
It's the older languages, but I always say if you know these languages.
Yes, you get into C++, all of those things, like it's natural to you.
It's like it's like as I say, if you have that background, it's like knowing Latin and then having Latin languages. It's not that hard. It's just little adjustments here and there.
True, and it's actually true. It's yes, you need to adapt to like C++, C# or whatnot, but it's so much easier for people.
When I was a kid, I used to do a lot of development, basic assembly, 8-bit, Fortran, Lisp, but these days, since I don't know when I gave up doing professional web development, I find development tedious and tedious.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Come on, I mean, I did Pascal back in the day, and also
don't get. I do.
And then I went. Then I went into COBOL 1 and 2 and RPG 1 and 2, where RPG 1 and 2 was basically COBOL, but instead of paragraphs, it went pages.
Yep. Little. Well, I love Python, dude. I love Python.
You guys are giving me a headache just thinking about
Python
it.
all day.
Well,
But
Python is my and your work probably. So
yeah.
Yes, it is. My toolbox is in Python. So I mean, it's. I love that. I don't know. It's like an alter reality. It's like you're writing your own story when you're on a computer. I've always looked at it that way. It's like a creative thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also a way for me to exercise empowerment because I can help people in ways that most cannot. And that's how I utilize my career. You guys know that. I refuse to work for the government. I refuse to work for anything DOD related. I refuse to. And I have been scouted multiple times. I refuse to. I put my talents into people. You know, if you're having a problem, you have a stalker, you have this, you have that, come to me. I will help you.
This is why I like doing a lot of end user support these days. For that reason, really.
Yep. It's because it's become, you know, it is the Wild West still. I know they try to say, oh, it's controlled. No, it's the Wild West, and it's the Wild West on purpose.
Especially
And,
with
Go ahead.
AI. Especially
Yes.
with AI.
And they don't warn people. Like the AI's had the technology to synthesize voices for years now. And they never gave people a heads up. And that's how they were getting it. That's how hackers are getting into people's bank accounts and everything else. They're recording the voice and synthesizing. And it's like, you know, they're not like
this.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they're not allowing people to protect themselves, and people are getting robbed blind. I mean, and the
That
banks.
could be where it's going with the AI. How long until it doesn't matter about our choice anymore? What about our banks and our institutions when they aren't willing to take the chance if maybe we're AI or maybe we're the real human we say we are, and now we need the biometric ID.
Well, that's
And what if my eye
good
gets hacked?
point,
I can't get a
Jason.
new eye. Or if my
Exactly.
voice gets hacked, I can't get a new voice.
That's where
you
they're
know,
going.
that's the end.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm
What-
saying they're allowing the technologies that are going to force us into a certain position. But really,
And
if
it's
you think,
already happening.
No,
It's
what's
just
going to
not-
happen is you're going to have a little thing that's next to your computer, and you're going to stick your thumb in it. It's going to jab you. It's going to take your DNA sample, look at your eye, scan your eye, and then you're going to have to take a pee test. And then once you get all three of
50
those,
years
all,
from now, I don't see that as being so far-fetched. Maybe
No, I
20
mean,
years
it-
from now.
Not far-fetched at
You
all.
are all forgetting one big thing. You are all
Yeah,
forgetting
you know,
one big
the,
thing. It's not about the technology.
no,
It's
if they
nothing
put it in
about the
Gattaca,
technology. It's about the regulations, about how the technology is regulated, if at all.
regulated. Okay, that's going to be who's going to take and enforce the regulations.
well, who's going to take
Yeah.
account? Nobody takes accountability, Mark. And this is
the
again,
problem.
it's by design.
Nobody's going to have
But
to
that's
enforce
why
it.
we
We'll
need
beg them to
regulations.
do it
That's why
because
we need
it's the only
regulations.
thing that will
Regulations
make
don't mean
AI.
anything without proper, you know,
Who's making the
enforcement.
regulations? Because we have
Yeah.
lots of regulations on banking right now, and it's only enforced in a certain way. And you know, like I said, it grits my bones that banks make all these rules about what we have
Europe,
to do. It's our money.
US takes a different view of regulations than most of the world, or especially Europe. Europe enforces things like Data Protection Act, GDPR, and all those other privacy concerns. You're seeing it in California at the moment, but in the US, sure, you're screwed. But in Europe, the authorities, even though they tend to be slow, they do jump on the issues sooner or later.
Well, again, though, okay, so you have, again, my bone to grind here, and it makes me so mad. You have banking institutions where they charge us to hold our money.
In the US, yes, they do. In the UK, in the EU, in most of EEA countries, nope.
Well, but here's the thing.
How about this?
They forced us into technology. Okay, there was no
Yeah.
choice. My poor mother is lost trying to get into her bank account because she got to do it through her phone. She's like, she keeps signing herself out. It's just not fun. She's 80 some odd years old.
I've got a friend
But
who's exactly the same, yeah.
They force you into that position, and then they don't protect you. They say it's your fault if you get hacked. It's your fault if a scammer gets in. It's your
There
fault if
are
you're
stronger protections in, like I said, the EU and most of Europe than there is in USA. As far as banking regulations in the USA, it's bad, as to say, it's terrible. But in the EU and or EEA, there are stronger regulations. Not all of them affect theft, but there are stronger regulations.
and that's the thing. Well, and
God forbid if they force a digital currency, there's not going to be a need to go to a bank anymore. You might go there to talk to a loan officer about getting a loan or something like that, but there won't be any more paper cash. You know, there'll be another COF-19. They'll say all the money's dirty. We got to burn it or whatever. And you won't be able to rob a bank anymore. It'll all be blockchain. Everything will just be blockchain and biometrics.
Well, here's the
But that's already happening.
Yeah.
China actually.
Yeah, in Estonia, it's been like that since 2014.
Yeah.
But here's the
yeah.
fun part. I mean, in the United States, and this is where I keep saying, guys, hello, we do have a set of laws here that they are really nicely ignoring. We are not even supposed to be on paper money here. Okay, by our Constitution, we're supposed to be gold and silver. So it's very interesting to me how they're going to, because I do see them running a parallel economy right now. I mean, that's
Bretton Woods changed that. To be fair.
I know that, but again, that was not constitutional.
I thought they changed the constitution by Supreme Court.
Amendment.
You cannot. You're going to amend the Constitution of the United States. It has to go through 75% of the population for approval. You cannot
37 states. 37
you
states got to have a contract.
Okay, you can mold the numbers a bit.
In other words, they bullshitted their way through it, and because now it's a precedent. And I've said that. That's how they do everything. They set these precedents, and then you have corrupt courts. So you go back to the court says, well, it's a precedent now. And no, it's
back in June, the UK put into legislation about digital identity cards. There's now a program to create provide all citizenry with digital ID cards. It's expected to the pilot program is expected to take a year, and then implementation afterwards. But now, if you think of digital identity cards and then digital centralized banking, then what have you got? You've got the Chinese Sesame system. You've got that uniform.
Yes, but since 2006, if you've noticed, remember everybody back in like 2011, 2012, 2013, there was this huge panic, the Chinese social system that was being enacted in China. Oh, that could never happen here. That could never happen here. Dude, it was already happening. We had real IDs over here. And I kept saying, I still remember when I had to get my freaking real ID. I was like, I looked at the girl at the counter. I was like, what, do you want a pint of blood? Would you like my vaginal sample? Because
by the way, Americans, I want to ask you one question. So I'm in Lithuania, right, for like a month now. So I needed a SIM card, right, like Lithuanian SIM card. So I come to buy a SIM card, and it says like show me your ID card. You cannot buy a SIM card in Lithuania basically without showing your ID card.
Yep.
And I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's the same in United States.
Not yet.
In the UK. No.
They are starting to ID people for anything with lithium.
But it is a thing, basically. It's pondering. The idea is being floated.
Now, Lithuania is in the EU, right?
Yeah.
So
I can tell you that something I questioned, because one of the things they are doing is they're starting to make you present ID for ridiculous reasons. And I said, why? I had somebody the other day, I smoke, I'm a smoker. And I went to buy cigarettes, and the girl, I'm 55 years old. I look like, I don't look 55, but I do not look 21. I can tell you that. And she's like, oh, I need your ID. And I looked at her, I said, are you kidding me right now? Well, yeah, I need your ID. Why? Well, because I have to, it has to be scanned into the system. Why do you need my ID scanned into your system? Well, to prove that you're over 21. Pretty sure I'm over 21. Would you like to look at the marks on my hands?
Yeah.
Well, ma'am, but it requires it in the system for me to move forward. Why?
Well, because somebody got caught selling cigarettes to a minor. I said, still shouldn't require my ID. This is
amazing.
They want to scan your IDs, and it's getting more and more. You have to buy medication, like anything, Sudafed, anything that's actually going to.
The digital currency is basically the ultimate goal of all of this, because if they centralize the digital currency, there's nothing you can do without providing your data. They will basically own you.
And they can shut you down.
Shut you down, whatever.
Canada,
and imagine this. We decided that you all need to pay green tax, let's say $50, 50 euros, whatever. Oh, you don't want to pay? Well, we'll just take the money. You don't have the money? Oh, well, like, I don't know.
They'll start billing
Go
you.
to prison or whatever.
They'll bill you. It'll automatically come out the moment the money is available.
Yep. You don't have the money? Oh, we're just going to shut down your electric cars that we're requiring you to have now.
Exactly.
I mean,
besides the ridiculous prices, what you were talking about, Nancy, in Jersey here, cannabis is legal. I've never once purchased cannabis from a state store because that's what they want to swipe your ID. I'm just not comfortable with that. I got to swipe my ID to purchase, a little green or whatever. I've never done that. They have other stores that you can go to that aren't exactly state stores, but you don't have to show your ID, etc.
Oh, let me point something out to you too on that too. But that cannabis that they're wanting to give you, bud, that's genetically modified marijuana.
Yep. It's
a lot of it is.
They.
But no matter what, all cannabis is genetically modified at this point.
Well, I mean, we could say that about bananas.
All right. Unless you go out in the woods and you find a plant that's been growing there for eons, all right, it's been modified, and it's probably been modified anyways with all the chemtrails and all the other crap that they put in the air. All right, so everything's been genetically modified.
I mean, I could say that about a banana.
And you're talking about digital stuff. Here's something that it's really pissing me off right now. Is state of Texas, when it comes to like child support and things like that, they went to a new system, all right, and failed to tell a lot of people. All right, that hey, we're instead of normally if there's a system change, you get a letter in the mail, right? Mm-hmm. All right, they want to do everything online. They don't want to do anything by mail. Now, I always pay with a cashier's check because that gives me a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that I paid. All right. I don't like a direct deposit. Well, direct deposit from the government. Yeah, well, nothing I can do about that. But, other people taking out electronically. No, I don't like that. I pay with a check or I pay in cash. But I went in to talk to the office the other day about this, and like, hey, why haven't I got my notice? I know I'm on time, and I know I have this, that, and the other, but I'm not getting my notices anymore. Well, we went to a new system, and if you need to know more about it, we won't be giving you any papers here anymore. You have to take and sign up online to do this, that, and the other. I'm like, what are you even here for then?
Didn't they?
You should be doing this to justify your job so you get paid. All right. All right.
Wow, man.
All I'm asking for is a printout.
Yeah.
All right. Since you're not taking and sending me a damn notice in the mail, and if I come over to your office and you're not going to give me that, there's something wrong. Why are you even here? Close your shop down. And I mean, I'm sure Austin, where all the paperwork comes from, could easily mail me a notice because, you know, if a kid becomes 18 or whatever, you know, that changes, you know.
They're probably
now I have 2 more kids on this list. Now, will I get a notice in the mail saying that
each kid, yes,
for
you
each
do.
kid
Each
that
kid.
becomes 18 or older?
Yep.
You know, that comes off that? I
Yep.
doubt it now.
No, they and everything. Okay, they will come at you everything for each single kid, one at a time. That's even more annoying. Believe it or not.
But they're like, well, you got a phone, just take a. But no, I don't do banking or purchases or anything on my phone. My phone is for emergencies. It doesn't have. Now, sure, I have. You know, I'm watching us down here because it gives me another monitor. Okay. When we're up, all right, and I'm doing a live stream, but. You know, as far as using my phone for anything else other than, hey, I got a flat tire. Hey, I'm stuck here. Hey, Dad, I'm over here. I couldn't get a hold of the house phone. Can you pick me up? That's what the thing is for only. It's not, you know, and it really pissed me off with them people over there. And, you know, and she just kind of threw the papers at me and walked away.
Oh my God!
And she read it. She read this off of a piece of paper that was, posted up in the office there. I guess maybe she, I don't know. And I didn't come at a bad time either. I came in like right after a lunchtime. So so someone should have been in there sitting at that desk,
doing their job.
You know, doing a job.
Yeah.
You know. And how hard is it to take and, oh, okay, we're gonna, look this code up, bring up that, and here's your printout.
Yeah.
How hard? It is not freaking hard at all.
For
the last 3 months, this is the 4th month. They would not give it to me today. Not today, but yesterday. For the 4th month.
He's on fire. You're gonna have to wait for him to finish because, when he does that, he just. Like Mark is a wild man.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying. You know, this digital BS. How do they know if I even have a phone?
Yes, exactly.
I'm not required.
Exactly.
I'm not required by law to have a phone or anything else.
Yeah.
Mark,
unless they're going to pay for it.
Outstanding point. That's a great point.
Yeah.
All right. No, I am not required to have a computer. Are they going to pay for it?
You want to hear the most messed up part about the phone thing, Mark?
The problem is, yes, they will pay for it. That's
No,
what
it
they do
won't.
for people on welfare. They say, we'll give you something called an Obama phone.
Hold on. You guys want to talk about the crazy part. Like, even with like YouTube, now they're wanting to do phone verification, okay? They don't care if the phone belongs to you or not. If you turn around and you freaking want to use somebody else's phone to verify, cool. They don't care because they have data.
The problem is
they have data.
But I don't want my data on someone else's stuff.
Well, think about it as somebody else's data too. Think about it as somebody else's data.
I think, I was listening to the Wednesday show, how the IRS, I'm thinking that maybe there should be some RICO charges about this going on here in Texas about, because when they go digital like that, someone's hiding money someplace. And I don't know if my kids are going to get it or not.
Yeah.
I would feel safer, cutting her a check directly. Even if it has to be a cashier's check or a money order.
They used to do that in the old days.
They start sticking money under the mattress.
Oh, don't go there. All those, the horror stories about that. Those birds come in and start tearing up your mattress. And next thing you know.
Where'd Nancy go? I wish Nancy was here for this.
She said that we
Gold and silver.
She said that
We
we
suck.
suck, and she's just gonna get the hell out of here. She did say that she liked Jiva and for if he wants to come on the show on Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
So.
What you guys talking about on Wednesday?
Oh, we talk about crazier stuff than this. I was trying to keep it civil.
Yeah.
Talk about the
We
same
were civil.
stuff, Jiva.
We
It's the same
behaved.
stuff. It's the same people.
Yeah.
No,
Basically.
it's the same people.
We're almost all the same people. Yeah. Only
Yeah.
a few. In Sonya build, she's probably taking a nap or doing a tattoo or.
Yeah, to do something with her daughter or granddaughter. Or
She had
Okay.
to do dishes, is what she said.
Yeah. Oh, dishes.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
so many
that
dishes in the RV.
She said she had to do it before her mom came home, which is actually
Oh,
her daughter.
Before her daughter comes home.
Yeah.
And complains.
It's
But
actually perfect for me now because I'm stuck in Lithuania for a month or two, and I'm like home locked, basically. So it's great to like
I've got an idea for
try new
you.
things.
Since I got you on here, I can ask you this. I've got a perfect idea for you. You know how you've been doing games with Rapid?
True. Yeah.
Why don't you come up with like a clubhouse setting to where people can go into the clubhouse and you can have those mini games that you were talking about putting in the game in the clubhouse, and they just have to go into the game, play the video game, so they can hang out at the freaking counter, whatever, so stuff like that, or they can play pool, or if they want to, they can play.
You mean like multiplayer thing?
Yeah, like
kind of like metaverse.
Yeah, kind of like that, but your own setup where it's your own game. They go into the game and it's just like like a cafe or a freaking bar or something where they hang out, have a good time.
Well, I actually have a thing
Where
like
they
that.
dress up as bunnies and other animals.
Guys,
have a furry convention just because that's kind of Roger's next step.
Guys,
Yeah,
guys, I got you covered. Roger,
Yeah.
done.
Roger, man,
I already have a
He
game
can
like
do
that,
that.
and it's my game on Steam, which
Awesome.
I released before our project with Rapid.
That's awesome, dude. See that?
So
That's it. And if you can add the furry bunnies and like
it's already in there.
Is it? Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. See?
Yeah, the furry convention. I like the sound of that.
Yeah.
If you make an online, that's like an unwritten rule. If you make an online game, like a metaverse kind of thing, chat thing.
Yeah, it's gotta have
like
fun.
furries is like a prerequisite, basically.
Right. They and like a disco with a bunch of little rabbits dancing around, dude. You know what I mean? Like have them everywhere.
Well, I don't have rabbits, but I do have rabbit ears.
Yes.
I used to have rabbit ears, and I think David too. Somewhere where we used to plug them into the TVs back in the day.
Yeah.
Rabbit ears.
Oh, you guys keep talking, you'll give away
That was
your
the
ages.
antenna.
Yeah, that was the antenna.
Did I ever tell you about my grandpa with the antenna he had?
Yeah.
He would make us stand outside of his window, dude, and turn his freaking antenna, and he would tell us left, right, a little bit to the left, and he, because he didn't have any legs, so he was sitting up on his bed, and he'd have that window open, and he would be just yelling out to the left, and his antenna was right outside of his window, man. I can remember being like 6 years old turning that pole, dude. And that was
turning the pole.
It was like, oh my god.
Okay, there, Roger. You keep turning that pole, and you never know what's gonna happen.
True story, man.
When I was a kid, when I was a 16-year-old kid, I took aluminum foil, and I didn't just come up with this idea off the top of my head. I put it around the boards between the ceiling and the wall, like where the crown molding would go.
Mm-hmm.
I went completely 360 around it and put it into a crappy little radio receiver. I got New York City radio in from like 75, maybe 85 miles away in Doylestown, Pennsylvania. and I was getting it in like perfect.
Yep. I used to put.
I don't know. I just thought that was a trip.
I used to put
great.
freaking aluminum foil on my head, and I would talk to aliens, dude. I'm not lying. It works.
Don't you go around telling people that you looked just like our boy Alex Jones when you do that. You know,
Well,
I'm telling you, it was right outside Philadelphia, getting in New York City radio, like it was right next door to me.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted. I always wanted to take in. I had a girlfriend that had braces once. I always wanted to use her braces for Nancy.
That's the reason why she ain't coming back.
That's why she ain't coming back.
Oh man.
She said, "I'll be right back, guys."
Don't want any part of that bastard.
Plug them up to a CB base station, and ask the person, how many miles are you out? How far am I getting out on these braces? 2.3 miles.
2.3 miles on the braces.
That's awesome.
Breaker. Break 1-4.
1-9.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the good old days. I'm telling you. Yeah.
That was AOL in the 80s.
AOL. Yeah.
It's like this right
When
here.
I had a CB, that was kind of addicting, getting on that CB. And how far am I out? I'm literally using a fork as a transmitter. A mile and a half out with a fork.
I remember when people,
I'm like 9 years old at the time, not much money.
people would do this shit right here on the CBs. Like you would get on a CB at maybe 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night.
I mean, used to.
Some
Willie
people
still does it every Sunday night.
Yes, Willie does.
The ham thing is still, the ham hobby is still a thing.
Well, they've got the telescopes or the satellites. They've got the satellites now.
Yeah.
Like they can actually go farther with it too. So it's actually a pretty big technology now when it comes to
They
ham.
can bounce off the satellites with the CBs?
Yep. That's the one thing. I'm having a brain fart. What's his name before he passed away? He was a legend in the radio. He used to be on Coast to Coast.
Art Bell.
Art Bell. The last thing he wanted to do was get into the satellite stuff when he was living in Las Vegas, and I don't know for sure if he actually achieved it or not, but I heard some stories about his satellites. Like they would have electricity just spraying off of them. Like you couldn't get too close to him when he was airing, because if you did, you could get electrocuted from it.
Really?
Yeah.
When Art Bell did Coast to Coast, do you know where he was located?
I know he was in
Nevada, right?
No, he was in the Philippines, I believe.
Yep, in the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
He did most of it. Yeah, and he used to work for Armed Forces Radio and Television when he was in the service.
Right? Oh, I didn't know that.
In
the Air Force, right?
Yeah.
He was an Air Force guy. Yeah, he was an Air Force guy.
I'll tell you one thing about him too. Most of these guys, it doesn't matter if they got into the fringe or anything, okay? Even people who were regular in radio, who did regular broadcasts, respected that man. He had talent.
He knew his stuff. Yes.
The airways at night. That was it.
There's one only one guest that was on that's been on Nancy's show that would beg to differ.
Oh, I'm pretty sure.
Don Ecker.
Don Ecker.
Oh,
yeah.
Don Ecker. Oh, is that right?
Don hated him.
Well, they had a rivalry going.
There's a huge rivalry there. Yeah.
He ended up taking his place.
Don, I like Don, but Don don't care too much for me. I like all those guys. Even George is okay.
He's advertising his UFO magazine back in the early '90s.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was actually his wife's magazine.
Okay. Yeah, UFO. Yeah, yeah. It was
UFO magazine was Dawn's wife's magazine. What's her name? Nancy knows it. Vicky Ecker, I think.
Vicky. Yeah,
Vicky
I think
Ecker,
it was
yeah.
Vicky. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Right
yeah.
on. And that's something else too, Dave. Just so Jiva knows, let him know about your book and everything too, because you got some cool stuff.
Oh, you got a book?
Yeah, he's
God
he's got some cool stuff. Like
Yeah, you don't even have to buy it. You can get the ebook on Amazon, and it's under the UFO spacecraft identification manual. But if you go in there, because I even went into Amazon myself, and you can flip through the pages and see you can see the color. You should be able to see the color pictures in there. And I won an award back in '92 for the best UFO documentary in the world. So, out of a Las Vegas UFO convention, and VHS. That's how long ago it was.
Yeah, you can actually see the original one if you look up Dragus Productions on Vimeo. I have it there, and I do believe that it's up. I did upload it into archives.org as well.
Yeah, it's called the world's greatest UFO documentary or something. Anyway, Jason,
And that's
I got
Vimeo.
Knowing
Vimeo,
me,
yeah.
I could. It's even possible that I already saw it. Actually, now I'm
you could
interested.
have been, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, there's
Jason.
lots of great pictures
I'm
in there.
originally from. I wound up in New Jersey. I went to high school in New Jersey way back before your parents even thought about of you coming. And anyway,
he's a Jersey boy.
But
I was going to say, you sound like you're from Philly.
Yeah. Well, Philadelphia and southern New Jersey, the Delaware Valley, which is what they call it, there were more. And this is what cracks me up about all these charlatans that are all out there. There were more flying saucer sightings. What my dad used to, he was a researcher, and I grew up around it. And there was more sightings in that Delaware Valley than any other place in the world.
How about that? I wasn't aware of that.
Oh yeah. Back in the 50s and 60s and into the 70s. Yeah. Yeah,
I know Jersey alone had tons. That I heard.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got the Pine Barrens.
Pine Barrens. Yeah.
Oh, don't even bring that up. Isn't that Devil's
the Jersey Devil?
Jersey Devil.
Jersey
yes.
Devil.
And that goes even
Or you
farther
got the
back.
Mafia back there.
You
Either way,
know
you'll find
David's
bodies
related
back
to
in the
that
Pine
guy.
Barrens.
Yeah.
He knows that guy.
Oh,
man. That's one of his second or third cousins removed or something like that, from what I was told. Jack was going to ask him about it, but David always goes, no comment. We don't talk about that side of the family.
Oh God! Well, the Jersey Devil, I think this goes back a couple hundred years.
Yeah.
King George from Britain, they released all the prisoners from the prisoners in Philadelphia, and they put them out, and they gave them New Jersey Pine Barrens, and they've been interbreeding for 250 years.
Mm-hmm.
So I think one of those, got really sidetracked, and I think they, and that's how the Jersey Devil myth came about, because of some weird birth or something. That's the only thing I could think of. I've never seen it. I was very concerned one time. I was deer hunting out there, and when I was in high school. And I walked into an area, and I had a double barrel shotgun with double aught buck in it, and I was getting paranoid because it's one area, so I didn't see anything, but and I said, I'm getting the heck out of here, But
you didn't see anything, but you heard a great big branch snap in half.
Well, see, I've heard stories too that that whole area has a lot more to do with than just the Jersey Devil. It's actually supposed to be a cursed forest.
I mean, there is a lot of bodies out there from the New York City mob burying them back there.
The Philadelphia mob too.
That was before they figured out that they could put people.
Joey Marlino in the pack.
Yeah, that was before they figured out they could put people inside the crushers that they do cars, the car crushers,
And now they use,
and get rid of them that way.
Bunch of
They
rowdy.
use those things where they put the trees through and the trees and branches in there. That's what they use now.
See this?
Oh, the wood chippers.
Yeah, the wood chippers.
Yeah,
yeah, because there's nothing left of it. You know, I mean,
that or throw them in the back of the truck at the for a coal truck, and then take them to the power plant, and down the chute they go, and that's it.
Yeah.
A couple more kilowatts, no one complains.
See,
no,
this is why I love freaking Cafe Enigma, even whenever, because it's like these after shows is what I remembered whenever we were doing them before, dude, and it's like you guys were just freaking awesome. You know what I mean? It's like now you're talking about putting people on chippers and cool
That's
shit
what they
like
used
that.
to do.
You know what I mean? I mean,
That's what they do.
it's awesome. And like,
Yeah, it's a interesting place, but if you did
So
like that,
does that mean you're going to take and do what's his name, that mob guy that was in charge of the Teamsters? What was
Hoffa,
his-
Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Hoffa,
Hoffa.
because that's a definite
Still looking
insurance
for
house.
him. Yeah, I think he probably hit a wood chipper, you know, when after they shot him.
They cemented him in. He's part of the pavement, man.
let me just kind of give you guys a little bit of a spoiler. The final episode is going to be something that Mark alluded to the other day, and I was trying to keep him quiet on it. It's going to be about Saint Germain. Okay.
Oh yeah, you did bring up that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Saint Germain. Yeah.
It's going to be like a 4 or 5.
Final episode.
The final episode for the series that I was talking
for the series.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm trying to see where you're going with this.
Oh,
because
dude,
no.
it's
Because
amazing.
Tunguska, how is that ever going to connect with, Saint Germain? That don't connect. Yeah, that don't connect.
You're gonna see some things here, because this stuff starts out with, first you have to think about the ionosphere, okay?
Oh boy.
Then this next one, think about freaking plants being able to communicate with one another.
Psychics. Okay.
Okay.
There's your psychics.
Going to be an interesting segue.
Then we're going to start getting into reincarnation in artificial biological
and that's
intelligence.
why the plants can talk to us, because
Artificial-
the soul of the person went into the damn plant, right?
Think artificial biological intelligence.
Hey, Roger,
Well,
you brought up
That's the
Saint
only way you can get the general intelligence, actually.
Yeah, consciousness.
Roger,
Yeah,
you
exactly.
brought up Saint Germain, and
Okay.
I was reading a book years ago, about 30 some years ago, that it was dealing with people seeing apparitions or ghosts, and they said that Saint Germain was the one who was screaming. And of course, he was already dead, but is telling the founding fathers to sign the damn Declaration and the Constitution of the United States in Philadelphia, because they wouldn't sign it. And he said he was screaming at them. But that's all. One of those books,
Oh yeah. Hey, I can't wait until we get that one.
Yeah. Now, I'm going to tell you something about that. That is a wicked story, dude. Like, there's the original.
Watch our time, guys, because I'm editing and I don't see the time. How much time do we have left?
48
I think it's about
minutes.
9 minutes.
Yeah, we got about 9 minutes.
Yeah, but
you got 9
or 10 minutes. Okay.
But the Count Saint Germain is very interesting. Like, have you guys ever heard of Georgie Rocoxy?
Who?
Georgie Rocoxy. Jiva might know, because his family's from that area. It's right around Romania and stuff. Have you ever heard of him, Jiva?
No, I don't know.
Now
Tell me the name. Giorgio?
Georgie Rocoxy.
Yeah, the only Giorgio I know, his name is Soukalopoulous, and that guy has some wild hair at times.
Well, he was actually a Romanian prince, okay, and he he ended up dying because he was in battle and he fell off of his horse. Well, for some reason, all of a sudden, the Theosophical Society felt that he was combined. His energies were combined with Count Saint Germain, and they became known as the Ascended Master.
Could you explain how did this happen?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
The merging.
The merging of energies. This is according to what the Theosophical Society believes.
Oh, really?
Yes. It's very
when was this person meant to be around? 14th century?
This
13th
happened.
century?
This is what leads up to what they were talking about with that book where freaking Count Saint Germain was a spirit and he was yelling at the founding fathers of the United States to sign
it.
That's where that story came from. It is weird.
The other energy, yeah.
It is.
I don't even know what book I was reading that in. I don't know. It's been so long. The mind starts to go when you get old.
You guys know about Blavatsky.
I won't deny that.
It's the mileage, not the age.
That's right. You don't have to do everything great every time. You just have to do one thing great one time, dude.
But you cannot fuck up then.
Right.
No, you can. Well, that's the only way you're not allowed to do it. You can do it any way you want except up.
That's right.
Right. That's what my dad told me, at least. All right.
Hey,
you
Mark.
Can screw around any way you want. Just don't screw up.
Right.
Hey, Mark with Tasha, Nancy's trying to find out what time tomorrow or Sunday night.
Same time as her show.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, she's been typing in chat because.
Hold on here. Yeah. I'll send. Tell her that I'll send her a message on Facebook here in a minute.
Okay.
All right.
She said thank you.
It's 9 Eastern.
She said thank you to me in chat, and I was like, no, shit, thank you. Freaking Nancy. I mean, I've been wanting her to talk about this stuff for a while, and I just, because every time we get into this conversation, everybody starts talking about weather modification. You know what I'm saying? And like, she always tries.
I wanted you guys to go into mind control. I really did.
Oh yeah.
Because that's a huge thing with HAARP.
Yeah.
Huge.
Well, like she'd always get the blue beam, man, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It would be just all of a sudden we're just talking all night about weather modification.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, man, she was right there getting ready to get into it. And you know where she was going with it, but it just went all off into left field. So, because I like reading the chat like she says, you know, and when I go in there and I read it, dude, she's got all this awesome stuff on there, and she never gets a chance to bring it up in the show.
Well, you should dedicate then a show to like weather.
No,
that's
not weather.
Not with this.
Well, I mean weather modification.
I'm so sick of weather modification, dude. That's how much I've had to put up with it.
Well, I mean, hey, it's not a conspiracy theory anymore, actually, even. I think it's pretty much acknowledged by even the government sources.
That's kind of what I was getting at.
2018, Boston College, which is an all research college, admitted to blotting out the sun rays with what's called.
They don't want to talk about it.
Stratospheric aerosol
injections. Let me put it to you this way: I'm sick of going out and sitting on my back porch. That's how much I know. Okay, when you go out and you sit on your back porch in freaking August, it shouldn't be weather that is supposed to be going on in spring. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Like I had a 90-degree day where it was raining outside. Seriously?
It's September. It should be cooling down. You should be in your upper 60s, lower 70s right now back there.
Mm-hmm. And guess why?
Yeah, I remember times coming back from the city in the evening on 9/11 and like wishing I had like a kind of a heavy jacket. Not
No kidding.
2 days ago.
Jason,
2 days
did
ago,
you
I was
touch
with a
on a big
t-shirt.
one?
Did you even need a sweatshirt to come back?
Not even. Not even, man.
I remember back in the day when, oh man, when I was a kid, it used to snow like asshole deep on a totem pole. And that's pretty high. All right.
April, yeah. We used to get snow up there in Pennsylvania in
Yeah,
April.
well, I'm from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I'm from like
you're western
southwestern Pennsylvania. Like out below Pittsburgh and in the corner there. I'm like, oh my God. And when it snowed, it snowed.
Snowed. You took the brunt of it.
There were times when it would snow so much that it would touch the rooftop or the edge of the roof where I'm from.
To the eaves, yeah.
I bet, not a lot of us here probably can remember it, but back in the day, back in the 70s, there was a blizzard that came through. It knocked the power out of all the mid-Atlantic states, from West Virginia, all the way up into like Maine and parts of Canada. All right. And Buffalo got hit the hardest. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
In New York
Buffalo
City.
always gets hit.
You remember that?
I was going to say, Buffalo
I remember
always gets
digging
hit
a tunnel.
hardest.
I remember digging a tunnel with my dad and mom over to my grandmother's house. We dug a tunnel because we had so much snow.
Yeah, where I was working at northern New Jersey, which was around Parsippany, there was we got about 1.5 feet of snow, but no tunnels like what you had.
No. Well, you got to remember where my elevation is. We were up as high as some of the the ski resorts. They're like Seven Springs. In that, so
well, you were part of this snow belt up there.
Oh yeah, that snow belt, all that snow and anything that any kind of precipitation that came off the lakes, they dumped on us because of the mountain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got a friend
about
that lives in Northumberland.
Huh?
What's that? From there.
Cumberland?
I got a friend that lives in Northumberland.
Oh,
not far from. Well, I guess not too far from you there, anyway. I lived in Bloomsburg for a while, which isn't far from Northumberland.
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
right.
Upstate PA.
Somerset, Bedford, and Cambria. Were kind of my stomping grounds. Westmoreland a little bit. That's Blairsville area, and but. Yeah, I mean, then you go down into like West Virginia, Maryland, West Virginia. Oh man, I mean that's probably about 45 minutes from where I lived from.
Yeah, well, every time I watch that movie, it's called Unstoppable, which is in southwestern Pennsylvania with Denzel Washington and Chris Pine. I always think about you, Mark. Mark was probably grew up there.
The next time you watch the movie Slapshot, you'll see me in there in a baby carriage while my mother's pushing me through town. Yeah,
I don't.
I was in that movie.
I don't know if I want to see that.
Were you waving?
Right, but we are going to we are going to call it. Let me look for if we get cut off ahead of time. I am looking for the host out. MC, are you there?
Yeah.
Get something ready. I'm going to host over to you on D Live. Let me check who I can host over to you.
Yeah.
Host over to on the. Let's see here. Rerun host.
You better work fast. We got like
MC.
1 minute.
Yeah, but not really. But
not really.
Unless my clock is wrong, I don't know.
Yeah.
But
we had 3 minutes left.
Mark's the one who started it, so we got to go according to his. So.
Yeah, I had less than a minute.
Okay.
You'll see as soon as you get yours up, and let me know, and then we're gonna host over to Keratum over on, let me see, before, I shouldn't say that until I find out if she's up. Yep, she's up. All right. She's doing some games over on D Live, not D Live, but over on Kick. Appreciate it. I'm going to host over to her and the MC Dirty Work. And let me change up my my panel here on OBS to off air. Thanks everybody for tuning in and listening. All right, we appreciate.
And there we go, guys. We have come to the end of the show. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. I appreciate everybody who stops in and listens to this stream or watches the stream. And you can find us on YouTube, Rumble, at Wonderful World of Weirdness. As well on YouTube, you can find Strange Stories, which this will be on again at a later time after it's been edited out properly. I am editing them. The first one has finished today, actually, so that one is going to be scheduled in at the end of the scheduled time for the cut. So I hope you guys come back to check that out. I will not be cutting these down into 15-minute segments, though. They will only be edited and done in their entirety and then put on Strange Stories. I'll also be putting the edited version on Rumble on a playlist in the Wonderful World of Weirdness as well. I'm debating on if I want to do it on YouTube or if I just want to leave that alone. But I probably will. I'm kind of anal retentive about spreading out the content. So other than that, you can find me on DLive and on Kick at Roger_Hanson. You can find me on Twitch at Infamous1969 as well. Now you can find the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord, where all of us hang out and have a good time. You can also find Dragus Productions on Discord as well. So stop in and check us out, and I hope you guys stick around. Now that I really did enjoy that. So I don't even know what to say other than that. I'll check and see if anybody made comments. Dragus Productions said they liked the stream, and I agree with them. I liked it too, and thank you very much for stopping in on DLive, Dragus Production. I also want to say thank you to Aloe Baby. Aloe Baby always comes in on Kick and gives me emojis. I appreciate that. That's very appreciative for that as well. I'd also like to thank Jiva Piera, or Jiva, that's what I usually call him. Thank you for being on the show, as well as thanking Sonia for being my co-host on Cafe Enigma. This was awesome. So thank you all for being on here. Next week I will be coming back with another episode of Cafe Enigma, hopefully, unless Mark Watasha gets sick of my shit and says enough is enough. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead in the stream, say like, subscribe, share, make comments below in the comment section, guys. I'd love to hear your comments, hear what you have to say, just say hello, whatever, it doesn't matter. And with that, I'm going to